I mean, Daddy ever wrestle?
You should have on the window seat. You can lean your head over.
So what he thinks is really creepy, we're walking out, and the little girl reaches up to hold my hand. So down the walkway a little bit, I hold her hand with
It's a great moment for Dunaway.
With her mommy. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure the guy behind me, her husband, takes the picture of us walking out together. But
I look back.
I was a grandfather figure to the 2-year-old trying to keep
Dunaway swinging arms with her.
Trying to keep the baby happy on the way home. Trust me, you'd have slept less if that baby had kept crying.
No, they probably would have put a pacifier in its mouth if you would have stopped talking.
No, I asked that question. They don't believe in pacifiers. They don't have pacifiers. I talked to them.
Well, you know what they need to believe in? Driving as opposed to flying.
Because it was keeping LT up in the middle of the day.
I think it was keeping everybody up.
Yeah, that is our 4 Downs today, brought to you by, yes, I was stranger danger on the plane, GP. 4 Downs brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza.
4 locations. Again, local pizza, local ingredients created by the Bedalia brothers. Awesome stuff. Get in, try it today. 4 locations. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydrolife Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydrolife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
It's time for the ultimate football season kickoff party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A+ Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, live now on a Friday after what has been a wild week here on the show with our big announcements on Wednesday and celebrating our anniversary. And then it's always the morning after the big kickoff parties, the celebration, the anniversaries. What a crowd last night out at Walk-On Stadium Trace. You guys blew us away again. It gets bigger and bigger every year. If you're watching us on the video platform, Forrester is rolling through hundreds of pictures. Thanks to Laurel Lunsford, John's wife, and everyone else who was taking pictures, all the viewer and listener submissions as well. But what a great crowd. Let's start off by saying thank you to Matt and everybody with Walk-Ons for once again, for the third year, hosting our kickoff party and just basically letting us take over the restaurant.
Yeah, Matt and his son do such a good job, man. And we were at the Stadium Trace location. They're about to open their third location in Hoover, and just a fantastic place.
Hoover or Trustful?
Trustful.
Trustful,
Yeah,
okay.
sorry. So both are considered Hoover. You know, over by us, I've never understood why that's considered Hoover.
Yeah.
But Tattersall Park is considered Hoover. So it threw one of our friends, Bo O'Neill, off. He ended up showing up at that one instead of the other.
Yes.
But we were at the Stadium Trace location last night, right off of Highway 150, and the crowd by 5:30, I was talking to Matt Roth on the side, and I was like, what do you think? And he was like, this is unbelievable. And he was like, I can't even imagine how many people are going to be here by 7. Now, it kind of balanced out, and I think a lot of people came by on their way home from work,
Right.
which probably worked out because I don't know how many more people we could have taken in there.
Hey, the crowd, you know it's so hard to impress who, Rockstar, on this show.
Mr. Jim Dunaway.
And by the way, your voice sounds fantastic again.
I feel a little better today, but not great.
Yeah.
Yeah, just pre-warning, I might be running to the to level 2.
All right. So it's it's the after party, right?
Yeah.
It's the post party. But I was blown away. My expectations were what they were last year. I thought, man, if we match what we did last year at Walk-Ons, I would be blown away. And then it was bigger than that. And you guys are just so nice and so complimentary. Just really, really, really. Just blown away. I can't say enough nice things.
And you know, we were talking about this before over in our prep room, and I feel bad because there's a lot of people that come in town, and you try to meet everyone, and it's hard, in a space of 3 or 4 hours to be able to have good conversations with 150, 200 different people. However many. I mean, there were people that were sitting. So if you walk in the layout of Walk-Ons, you walk in. The bar is to the right, and to the right of the bar, and then on the back is the outside. That was kind of our area, and so we kind of congregated there. But back where there's a lot of tables, I kept looking and seeing next round hats, T-shirts, people that I didn't even talk to, and I felt bad about it. And then I would run into somebody, and then somebody else would come up, and it's hard to balance that.
Yeah, some of our great sponsors were there too, and I didn't get to, like, Sterling's my man from down in Champies, and I saw Sterling, I think maybe a total of 90 seconds twice.
Yeah, I got about 3 minutes with Sterling and his family. And again, you feel bad about these things. We appreciate everybody coming out, and I know they're showing support. I would love to have, an hour conversation with everyone. Have a couple of beers, sit there. It's literally impossible.
Yeah, and, by the time you sit down and you talk with all of Greg's kids, that takes up about an hour and a half. Greg from Pell City was there with his entire family, beautiful family.
Well, the thing is, and these people are great supporters in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. When you meet them, like, you have these conversations not only in the chat room, but also on social media. Like, you'll get DMs. And Laura and I have been talking because I got the tonsils out. Her daughter, who is at Auburn now, was getting her tonsils out. She wanted a recommendation on an ENT guy, how the whole process went. And so she introduced herself last night. I didn't realize it. She was like, I'm the tonsil lady. And I'm like, oh, we've had 50 conversations and you just don't. And then I see Geoff from Anniston. I knew it wasn't Geoff from Anniston because he was under the age of 40, and it was Michael Bills.
Yeah.
and we had met Michael at a Piggly Wiggly back on our radio days like 3 years ago with Ziegler. He came straight from a workout, and I was like, holy hell, I didn't know that was you.
Yeah.
But
Oh, I
it's-
didn't either. That's how we first met Michael?
Yeah, it sure is.
Like out at Sylacauga or
Yep.
somewhere?
It was Sylacauga.
Because he lives in Wetumpka.
Wetumpka.
And all this time, I thought he was like a Hoover dude.
Man, we had people from Wetumpka, from Montgomery. I think there was somebody from Mobile last night.
Muscle
Huntsville.
Shoals, Charlie was down from Muscle Shoals, and nice family over from Atlanta who came and spent the night. And I think they may be swinging by the studios this morning.
Yeah, I think they are. I need to make sure I've got my phone on me. I gave them information. I gave a couple of people invites last night that really were excited about coming and taking a tour of the studio. Richard Pustaver. You've seen the name over there, right?
I have,
I think
yes.
I butchered that. Such a good dude. And he's like, I wanted to meet you guys before you completely blow up. And I'm like, I don't think we're ever going to completely blow up. And if we do, the only thing that will change about me is I will work a lot less and I'll spend a lot more money. But I will be the same dude.
The only thing that's going to change is I'm going to spend more money and you ain't going to see me. Other than that, I'm the same guy.
Which is why somebody says, I want to meet you before you blow up.
No. I think there are people that change when they have money. I think the complete personality changes, the attitude changes. I'm just being honest.
Well, I've told
I'm
you
getting
guys.
old, man. I mean, I want to work less. I want to make more.
If I win that lottery that Forrest owes me a ticket for, he's supposed to buy me one next time we're in a lottery state to return the favor when I bought him one. Did you ever win anything? Did you win money?
I don't recall agreeing to buy you a ticket.
God, yeah. I mean, I didn't get to spend any time with Forrester last night. He was
Well,
working.
he's been bitching about it all morning.
I know. It's been a chilly morning.
Dunaway wouldn't even look at me. I was like, oh, I know.
It's been a chilly morning up here.
He was icing you all night.
My favorite part, though, of last night, and we see it happening in the chat room now, people are like, hey, it was great seeing you. All the chat room people, some meeting for the first time last night in there saying, oh, and two guys who I should have remembered this year to year, but I forget things. But Pritch Law and Bobby from Homewood.
Was Bobby there last night?
Oh, yeah, Bobby came by last night.
Bobby did not say. I've never officially met Bobby. I wish Bobby would have come up and said hello. Pritch Law came up and said, I'm the guy that gives you shit in the chat room.
Right.
Which I appreciate.
Right. Pritch gives you shit and Bobby gives me. And then, but they go at it. One's a big Alabama fan, one's a big Auburn fan. But who hangs out at the party together every year? Those two guys, right? They hang
I
out
love
together.
it, man. I've never met Bobby. I wish I would have met him last night.
Oh, he's a good dude. He's a lot better dude in person than he is in the chat room.
Oh, I love him stirring up shit in the chat room. I met Adam over in the chat room.
Yeah.
People were asking where Goose was last night. And I told people, if Goose walks in, you're going to know. Dude's like 6'7".
Yeah. Goose didn't make it this year.
He did not make it.
I did not see it, yeah.
Nope. Our man, Mr. Pavlik, and his family out on the patio said the big ZD is coming soon.
Here's my prediction. There's a whole bunch of you who are listening to us down on the coast or in South Alabama or the panhandle of Florida or whatever we call that little slither of Mississippi on the coastline.
It's the Gulf Coast.
Well, I mean, the whole Gulf Coast, but, we call Florida the panhandle. And then the Alabama Gulf Coast. I don't know what we call that little Mississippi part.
Mississippi Gulf Coast.
Mississippi Gulf Coast. You going to do this for 4 hours? I bet a bunch of you are coming Thursday and Friday next week to the Floribama to hang out with us.
Well, I hope so.
Including Goose. I'm going to project Goose is at the Floribama.
I think it's a great excuse. Tell your wife, girlfriend, bring them if you want. But if you didn't make it last night, it's a great excuse to say, hey, look, this is the last time I'm going to be able to hang out with these dudes until football season starts.
And you chat guys and women, let me know here. Full disclosure, LT may have to run out at some point during the next 4 hours because he's got a little...
I've got the shits.
Lauren,
just want to call it.
A lot of kids listen. I was blown away at how many
My
kids.
son does too.
Blown away how many kids listened to our show last night, including little Robert, who's in the 4th grade. Took a picture with him, and he was introducing me to his 2 little sisters. And he's like, to the baby sister who's just started pre-4K, she was like...
Did you ask her if she could sing?
No, but he's like, hey, remember all the time when we're in Daddy's truck and he's listening to these guys who just talk and talk and talk? These are those guys. And I said, technically, that's not me. Ryan's the one that talks and talks and talks. And he, being 4th grade, he didn't laugh at that. But just all the kids. And I talked to myself, boy, we say some stuff on here because we're not edited anymore by the FCC. And all these little kids are riding around probably wondering what's the illness you have right now, the word you just used for them.
Oh, they'll use it soon enough. And I think their parents probably use it.
So I'm bringing this up only because I get so nervous about meeting people, right? The anxiety. Well, it hit me.
But you hide it well, though. Like, it's really, you do hide it well.
It hit me about 4:30, right when I got back to the parking lot last night. We were supposed to be there at 4:30, so maybe about 4:15.
Yeah, but for somebody that doesn't like to chat, your batteries don't run out.
Well, that's what Easy Peasy said last night. He goes, dude, you talked about...
He started buying shots last night. My gosh.
He said you had 3 of them.
I had 3 extremely large bourbons last night.
Yeah. So at 4:15, I'm in the parking lot. Maggie brings the Ron John shirt I'm going to wear, and then she's going to go shop a little bit somewhere. And I call her up. I said, hey, do you have a Reese's cup on the drive over? And she's like, no, it was RX bar, but how'd you know that? And I said, because I've got this huge chocolate fingerprint on my white Ron John shirt right here on the shoulder blade. But I didn't notice that until I called one of my dear friends, John Lunsford, who is the closest resident to that walk-ons. And I'm like, dude, I hate to do this, but it's 4:18 at this time. And he had been working. He had just walked in the door. I said, and this is an inside poker club joke at Lunsford's, but I was like, hey, I hate to ask this, but can I come and pull a Scoobs in the poker room bathroom? Because Scoobs is known for walking in right before poker. And the poker table, the inside table is probably 9 feet from the bathroom down there. And I'm like, dude, you and Laurel are upstairs. Can I just sneak in through the bottom? I can't go into the walk-ons. We've already got people lined up and are in there. I can't go and drop one in the walk-ons.
And then come back with a stain on your shirt.
And then walk out with chocolate on my collar. So he's like, dude, yes, you can do it. So that's a good friend to let you come over to the house, basically to come and drop a 2.
But the best part of it is, though, you call me and you're like, or you text me, I got to come do that. And then you're like, it'll work a lot better if I don't ever see you.
Yeah, we cannot make eye contact. Yeah. Don't come downstairs.
Yeah, no, because I was upstairs getting ready, so Jim comes downstairs, gets ready, and then my wife gets the text, hey, do you have a Tide stick or something so I can get the stain out? So I open the door and I throw the stick down. I was like, I thought I wasn't supposed to see you.
I've got a friend that during COVID was afraid to go to like public bathrooms. So when he was in the neighborhood, he would shoot me a text, hey, I'm going to go by and use your bathroom. But the deal was you just can't use my primary.
Yeah. No,
as long as so like his poker room bathroom, I can understand that.
Okay, but here's the common courtesy that I did, right? Because, I don't like using other people's bathrooms. I don't like using public bathrooms. I like home games only. So the common courtesy for me was I looked under the sink, and he had Lysol and some other kind of spray. So I went on and cleaned the entire toilet. I sprayed it down. I got the brush out. I scrubbed the bowl. I did the seat around it like I was mini-maids, right? Yeah. I did, and I texted him. I was like, hey, just for your own mental stake, I totally cleaned.
Was it that big of a disaster?
No,
that's my fear is that I haven't cleaned it since the last poker game we had because we didn't play at my house Monday night. And so I was terrified. Somebody else, Scoobs has pulled a Scoobs down there, and I haven't cleaned it. And you show up.
No, I just I didn't look before I sat down. I just was like afterwards, just peace of mind. If I'd had one of those little old school, you guys remember in the old days of hotels, you'd walk in, it would have a strip over the toilet showing that it had been cleaned and nobody had used it since it had been cleaned. If I'd had that, I would have put that over there saying it is now perfectly sanitized and just peace of mind that next time you're down there, Lunsford, or whoever goes there next, that it has been totally cleaned since the Dunaway deuce downstairs in the poker club. I thought that was the ultimate, hey,
gesture.
Thank you, and now I've re-sanitized everything for you.
That's taking it a step. If I sleep over at somebody's lake house, I'll make the bed.
Right.
I don't get the brush out and clean the toilet.
Well, I just thought it would be peace of mind. I wanted you to have peace of mind. So,
I appreciate it.
And I mean,
can you use my toilet today?
Mackie did say that. She's like, hell, you don't clean our toilets. You're cleaning the Lunsford's toilets. Good point. How about Maggie staying as long as she did last night?
Yeah, she put in a couple of hours. I was surprised.
Yeah, I think she was still there at 9 o'clock. I think she did 4 hours. I was shocked too.
Yeah, we weren't I don't know if I was the last to leave of us or not. Was close.
You were there when I left.
Yeah.
You were still doing shots when I left.
It was close. I saw Texas Terry over there. He did do a shot.
Texas Terry, got to see Texas Terry. Easy peasy. Everyone. Can't remember everyone. Goose is asking, did Geoff from Anniston make it? I don't know if he was made it because I don't know what he looks like.
I think Geoff would have introduced himself, but maybe not. Because maybe he just wants the persona of us never knowing what it looks like.
Yep. I will tell you this. Dr. B was there last night. Got LT's hair looking good. Tell us about Dr. B. I only got to say bye to Dr. B. I didn't spend any time with him.
I got to talk to Dr. B a little bit. I got to talk to Dr. Michelson a lot. I didn't get to say goodbye to either one of them. I saw them talking, the two good, the minds.
The good doctors.
That they are. And I hope Laurel got a picture of that. That was one thing we missed was Little T last night with all the social media stuff. But
hey, how about I don't want to tell what Johnson RV Nick and Johnson RV did for us.
Oh my gosh!
But what a great gift he gave the entire staff. And if anybody, by the way, I'll say it up front here. If anybody does not want their gift from JohnsonRVCenter.com,
I'm paying $50 right now.
I was going to say I was going to pay $75.
Okay, you can have it.
Oh, I'll bet. Yeah.
You should have gone 55. But.
I should have. There's Nick right there. Yep.
Yeah, so anyway, I'm going to throw it out there. Nick bought us each a bottle of the OG Camus.
Wow.
And I think like half the crew doesn't even drink. And I was like, Nick, give it to the drinkers. we'll get them a Johnston RV T-shirt or something.
But he went 12 strong.
He did.
And Google it if you want to. 12 Camuses is what he did for the whole staff up here. So I texted Taylor last night. I was like, Little T, who's out of town. I was like, hey, Little T, good news. She loves her red wine. I said, Johnston RV Center, Nick dropped off a bottle of Camus for everybody on the staff. And she's like, oh, yeah. And I said, bad news is LT's got yours. He's saving yours. And she's like, no, not LT.
I think Tyler got hers. Tyler, you got Little T's, right?
Tyler, you got Little T's? Go ahead.
Okay. So when I left, I forgot to grab my bottle as well as the bottle I was supposed to bring to Taylor.
Are you kidding?
Are you kidding me?
You're dead, Lance.
So did anybody else grab those on their way out?
No, and I would have. I had somebody watch my bottle all night. And Nick told me, he was like, is it in good hands with Tyler? And I was like, yeah, Tyler's probably the most responsible one of us all.
Well, shit.
Yeah. Well, now I know.
Oh, Reed grabbed them.
Reed did?
Okay. All right. Thank you, Reed.
Good. Just so Tyler, the non-drinker, who's barely 21, understands what he left behind, would you just Google restaurant prices? Just use a local Italian restaurant, starts with a G.
Yeah, I will say
the
this.
price of the Camus.
You can get the from Jim and our friends at New York Butcher. I know I got to talk about Dr. B here in a second, but I'm trying to decide whether to go to the lake tonight or stay home, pick up steaks from New York Butcher, and drink that bottle of Camus. But you can get Camus by the case and save 15% at New York Butcher Shop.
Oh, right. So that's a deal right there. But thank you to Nick and everyone else, the gift-bearing people and the non-gift-bearing people. It was a wonderful night last night. Tell us about our friend Dr. B, and then we'll jump into the biggest headline of the day.
Yeah, I was hyping Dr. B up last night, and I was telling a couple of our listeners came over, and I was like, this is the man. They're like, oh, my gosh, this is Dr. Beckenstein. I was like, absolutely, T3hair.net. Remember that. A couple of guys in their 20s, I told them, look, man, you might think your hair is never going to go away, but trust me, the older you get, the stuff is going to start to thin. Be preemptive. Dr. B has truly changed the way my hair looks. It's doubled in thickness. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He uses that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net. Obviously, Ryan Brown is out today, moving Anna Kate in to South Alabama.
Yeah, and she was there last night, her and her boyfriend.
Her boyfriend's a big dude.
He is.
Like, I remember the last time I saw him, he was just kind of a thin teenager.
Yeah. No, he's a big dude. They're a beautiful couple. Both of them moving into South Alabama today, and that's where Ryan is. Hopefully en route safely down there. And it's so funny. Anna Kate's her name. And I was talking to her and him, and I was like, okay, good luck tomorrow. here's the quick gym life advice. And she's like, oh my goodness, are you going to get emotional? And I was like, I may. And she's like, you know, Mr. Lance was talking to me earlier, giving me some advice, and he got a little emotional as well.
Well, I told the dude, I said, look, I know where you are.
And she literally said, I hope my dad has half the emotions when he drops me off tomorrow as you and Lance have had tonight with me.
Oh, he won't. Because everybody kept asking,
because he's too cool to do that.
No, where's Chili? Where's Chili? Where's Chili? And I said, what you don't realize is there's 3 levels of dog lovers. There's people that love dogs like us. There's people that like dogs like Dunaway, and then there's the brown people. And so
the brown people,
yeah,
the Browns,
yeah,
and the Brown family.
And I was like, Matt would allow my service dog Chili to come into walk-ons, but most of the staff would be upset. Like, they don't even want Chili coming up to the studios. So unfortunately, everybody, all of our listeners and viewers wanted Chili there. Unfortunately, the staff didn't, so Chili didn't make it out.
Yeah,
we'll find a time where there's another venue where we will bring Chili out. But I did tell Anna Kate and her boyfriend, I said, look, you make sure you take care of her. Make sure she doesn't get homesick. You're her rock. If you do anything wrong, I know where to find you. And I was kidding around with him, but I think he took it serious.
No, I told him too. I said, we know people,
oh my God,
that can have you wiped off the face of the earth and it never comes back to us. So you be nice. And I said, here's my advice to you guys as you head off to college. Survive in advance. If it's crappy Monday at noon, it's not that big a deal Tuesday at noon. So just survive in advance to the next day. You don't get in the right sorority, the one that you want, it's not that big a deal on Tuesday. You don't make the grade you want on a paper on Monday, it's not that big a deal on Tuesday. You don't have fun at a party on Monday, it's not that big a deal on Tuesday. Survive in advance. Survive in advance. That's my goal in life. That's my advice in life. No matter what you're doing, survive in advance to the next day. It's always better the next day. Survive in advance. And that was my advice.
I think it's good advice.
They said we should put it on a T-shirt. I said, I don't do T-shirts. You have to talk to Lunsford about that.
I'm an ideas guy.
Yeah. So I take it from Tyler's reaction. You gave him the price. Tyler is blown away, it seems like, at the price of the wine.
Yeah, I mean, the restaurant you mentioned doesn't have their alcohol on the website, but it was an expensive bottle. I'll say that.
I think I'm sure there are better bottles out there, but that is my go-to if I'm on somebody else's expense account.
Yeah, hey, why not, right?
That is what I order when somebody else is buying. They're like, "Hey, no, don't worry about the cost. What kind of wine you'd like?" I'll take the Camus 2018.
Yeah, sure. And by the way, somebody over there said, "Don't be that guy with a service dog." She's not a service dog; she's a therapy dog.
Therapy dog.
Yeah. I wouldn't take her on a plane. I've never taken her in a restaurant.
Yet.
No, she'll run around on the beach a little bit.
All right. When we come back, we'll jump into the headlines. Auburn's got their number 1 quarterback. We've got a lot to get to on the show. Our buddy Geoff Collins will be with us at 11 o'clock, 11 Central, to start hour number 3 today. And people are asking, hey, when do all the new shows start? Well, as we keep telling you, Village Vice is up and running, and it is cranking out all really great stuff. In fact, they waited yesterday until after the Hugh Freeze news conference to drop their latest episode. So you can go get Village Vice right now on our Disrupt Media platform, and it's part of the War Dam Pods. And you just go there and that on YouTube, and you can find it. It is also on the audio platforms as well. Village Vice is out. Zach Blackerby and Brad Law with the reaction to the Auburn quarterback being named. Everything else, McCready and Siskey will start next week, rolling in live at 2 o'clock every day. And then the rest of it all cranks up the week of the main games, week 1 of college football. August the 28th, I believe, is the Monday. We'll start kicking out everything new. And that includes Monday Morning Live with Luganville at 7 a.m. Central Time, starting Monday, August the 28th. So that's the lineup that's coming. You guys were so complimentary of the new look lineup, and we appreciate that so much. Hats off to everyone who came up with the logos for the new shows. Taylor worked really hard on those, and she's got a well-deserved day off today. So we're running a couple of people short.
So Daniel was asking the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, when does 9 to 12 start? This is a monumental day. This is our last ever 4-hour show.
Last ever 4-hour show. I get a little misty-eyed thinking about that. You know what? At one point, we went down to a 3-hour show.
You know what that means?
What?
Next week, Fridays, we have to start drinking at 11.
You have to.
It always comes back to alcohol with this guy.
It's the last hour, right?
Yeah.
I'm getting hydrated at 10:40. I got Hydrolife coming in. I'm going to be ready to roll at noon today.
Hydrolife's coming in today?
Yeah, I told you that in the office earlier.
Yeah, I know. I was letting
conversations. Clean slate.
I was letting everyone else know. They're coming at noon today? 11.
10:40.
10:40. All right. 10:40. Hydrolife will be here. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Odie's. Odie's, where last night Rockstar did not go sing because his voice sounds like crap.
Did they even perform last night?
I don't know if they had music or not last night. But no, I felt really bad that I couldn't do it. But you guys heard last night during the party, talking to people, I thought somebody had a blowtorch to my throat. So it was like, it was rough.
By the way, Cord, he likes me a lot better when he's sick.
Yeah, he likes me a lot better when he's sick. But it's just that's the only time he'll sit in your lap and like watch a movie. Like this is the only time when he feels bad because he is usually 100 miles an hour or asleep. That's it.
Like he even actually put his head on my head and gave me a hug last night.
He was
Usually he
exhausted.
doesn't give me the time of day.
Yeah.
Troy and Goose both are saying, I'm about to tell you about Odie's. They hate that we're going to 3 hours. Again, guys, I promise you, once you see this thing roll out in its entirety, you're going to get enough of us. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. Well, for instance, you say 3 hours. Well, on Mondays, Monday Morning Live, you'll get 4 hours of live programming there, and then other stuff live throughout the day, and then the recorded stuff that's rolling out.
I counted my shows, and I talked to you about this before.
Oh, I've counted your shows.
Yeah, I'm doing 15 shows this fall.
15 a week.
Yeah, 15 a week. Yeah, not 15 total. 15 a week. So trust me, it's going to be a grind. It's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. I know it sucks for a lot of people that were going from 4 to 3 hours, but trust me, there will be so much content out there with better people than us. I mean, we're going to be the guys that are driving these shows, but you're going to get insight from really 4 of our favorite guys. And then I've got another announcement coming up. I don't know if I can let it out of the bag today. Maybe not who the co-host is going to be.
I mean, keep rolling because apparently you don't want to take any commercial breaks today. But
Odie's Tavern, live music, maybe not last night, but tonight and tomorrow night. You can grab it there. Incredible food from Rodney Davis for the last 3 decades. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, more coming up in segment number 2 of this massive show today, right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydrolife Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydrolife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceInOC.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
We've partnered with Who Is Coffee to create the Next Round blend. Available in light, medium, and dark roast. 100% Arabica beans. Specialty coffee roasted on demand. Available in whole bean or ground for drip pods. Espresso and coarse ground for French press. Go to nextround.store to get a link to pre-order today. Everyone that pre-orders will be entered to win a prize pack with coffees, shirts, hats, and tumblers. Nextround.store for the Next Round blend.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Did you get the okay to make the announcement today?
We're gonna have a major. I don't want to call it major. Don't overhype this. We're gonna have an announcement about a new show that I'm extremely excited about that I'm going to be a part of on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to do it Monday.
We're going to do it Monday.
I'm excited about that. So another show that you're going to be a part of announced on Monday.
Yep. And you know about it.
Do I? Okay, it's one I know about.
That's it. Yep.
Okay. You're going to love this
Yeah.
one.
And I had a couple of people actually ask
Talking
me
Vishlas
about that last night. I wish we would do a. I wish we'd have a channel for everything. If we have a dog channel, I'm all about it. Movie channel, I'm all about it. Don't just move me off.
What
of a
about
sports
conference
format.
realignment channel?
This guy who doesn't want to work anymore is.
I didn't say
I
that.
want channels everywhere now.
I said if I ever explode and have a lot of money, I'm going to work less and spend more money. That's all I said.
All right.
Yeah. I'm excited about the fall, man. Excited about the grind.
LT's new channel, Dog Tired Pods.
And by the way, it ain't a grind. We're talking. We're just talking. So
just talking. Yeah. They were talking yesterday at Auburn. We will get to what Hugh Freeze said, and you'll hear from that in just a second, and what the guys from Village Vice thought about Hugh's comments. All that coming up in this segment that is being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. You know, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, one of those great family-owned companies that we have. We've known them. God, how long have we known Greg now?
A long time. He laughs at me because he says my first question I always ask him is how's business?
How's business?
Which I think is so important. I probably should say how's the family first. But I did have a little conversation with him, broke off. About 30 minutes later, we got a picture with him and his family, and I said, how's business? And he was like, there you go again. I'm like, I've already talked to you tonight. It wasn't the first question I asked you.
He was like, hey, is there a special parking place that I can park the big black Mamba, the big truck with the Next Round logos and Storm Restoration Roofing on it? And there's all of Greg's family there.
I actually got a text from my wife. He is at our house right now looking at some stuff.
Wow, he's at your house right now, Storm Restoration Roofing. There's Greg with his beautiful wife around the right arm. Maggie sneaks into this picture somehow. and the rest of Greg's family, all right there. And some of the grandkids and some of the other kids not in the picture, but they're all there last night, Storm Restoration Roofing. But Greg wanted a special parking spot last night to park the truck. And I said,
on the curb
by the door, I said, hey, just pull it up right there and throw the flashers on.
Hey, I loved it because it looks like a company vehicle.
Well, that's what he says. People always think it's y'all's company vehicle. But Greg Nelson, one of a kind, locally owned. He and his wife run the company when they're not doing, when they're not just being,
when they're not procreating,
yeah, when they're not producing more kids.
Man's a lottery ticket.
Yeah, when he's not up on the roof. Storm Restoration Roofing.
That's probably how he started this business. Honey, you got to get the hell out of the bedroom. I don't care where you go. Go to the roof. Got to take a break.
Get up on that ladder. Storm Restoration Roofing. He'll get on your roof and give you a free, no-cost roof inspection. 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or you can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, or you can do like Rockstar's wife did, just see him in a restaurant and corner him and get him out.
That's what she did.
At Nancy, she doesn't.
Well, I have you here.
She's not shy.
She'll get stuff done.
She gets stuff done. The Storm Restoration Roofing, one of a kind, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Let's go cut one first. Hugh Freeze made it official yesterday. Justin Hokanson broke it on our show. Justin went on later in the day and was on Feinbaum as well. So Justin was everywhere yesterday talking about Peyton Thorne being the QB1. He's going to be the starting quarterback for the Auburn Tigers. Here's a picture of a video of Peyton working out there at Auburn practice. And he's the guy. He's going to be the Bo Wallace of this Auburn team of Hugh Freeze. And here's why Hugh made this decision now.
There's been reports today that you were going to announce a starting quarterback today in Peyton Thorne. Is that true? Do you want to announce a?
I was going to. You guys seem to know everything before it happens, so I don't. That's interesting to me because only 4 people knew that, and I didn't even tell the staff. So it's interesting to how everything works today, but it's just a different day and time. But yeah, I've decided to start Peyton Thorne, and let me say this first. I totally believe that Robbie and Holden, we can win games with any of the 3. A lot of that would depend upon how we play defensively and how the supporting cast play. I believe in all 3 of those guys, and there are days that there's been very little separation. I just believe, man, my gut is usually right, and usually when I follow my gut, and I'm not saying my gut is right that Peyton is the guy for all 12 games, but my gut is saying it's the time to do this. To get us best prepared for the opening of the season.
And that's why he's doing it now. And if you look back at what Bo Wallace and those type guys did for him at Ole Miss, they jumped in. Bo Wallace, then Chad Kelly, Malik Willis at Liberty. But that very first year on a team that at Ole Miss that had sucked for a couple of years, that very first year they won their rivalry game with Bo Wallace as the quarterback. They won a bowl game, ended up with 7 wins, and that with a roster that I think had not won an SEC game in a couple of years.
Well, look, this is a roster that a lot of people just don't know because you got 40 new faces.
But it's a better roster than he inherited at Ole Miss.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I don't think he's completely confident in his quarterback situation at all. But I do think this is an upgrade, not from what you have with Bo Nix necessarily. I think Peyton Thorne is a good, solid college quarterback. He's going to be better than what you had with Robbie Ashford and T.J. Finley. He's going to be better than what you had back in the day with Sean White. I don't know how good he can be. We'll see. I think a lot of that is dependent upon what he's got around him skill-wise and how that offensive line gels. But I do think Auburn fans are going to be excited that this team is going to get better. This team is going to compete. And I think from week 1 to week 12, it is going to be night and day.
That's right. And your rivalry games at the end, that's exactly what happened in year 1.
And they're going to beat somebody they shouldn't.
By the time they got to the Egg Bowl, they won that rivalry game in year 1 at Ole Miss. Alabama's different than Mississippi State. I know that. But this team at home against Alabama by the end of the year could be a tough game for the Crimson Tide.
And if the A&M game was later in the season, it would be so A&M to be able to split with Alabama and LSU. And then all they've got to do is win this tiebreaker, but they lose to Auburn. Yep. But it's so early in the season, I'm not ready to say that Auburn can beat A&M.
Okay, Apple Juice says, which of the only 4 people who knew about the quarterback announcement doesn't get the inside information anymore? I think what Hugh was telling you there, Apple Juice, is that he told the 4 quarterbacks in that meeting, and one of them leaked the information out. I think that's what he is telling you. Right there. So, Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 2, don't connect the dots here in any way. It's just the next soundbite is about one of the quarterbacks that was in the room, Robbie Ashford. And he said what we've been saying all along, that there is likely a role for Robbie in this offense. Here's head coach Hugh Freeze.
I'm hoping that all three will handle that news extremely well and to continue to work, because I believe with all my heart Robbie Ashford gives us an absolute better chance to win the game if he accepts this news and continues to work and develops himself, because he might be the most freakish athlete I've ever had at quarterback. But to this point, I think the separation, the reason Peyton is getting the nod is just the leadership ability and understanding of the offense. And he's been in some really good battles, and just seems like he was more efficient in the decision-making to this point. Not that the others were terrible by any means. It was not just a slam dunk.
So that's his thoughts on Robbie Ashford, basically saying if he accepts not being the starter and handles everything okay, there is a place for him in this offense, a package for him in this offense.
He seems like the perfect Hugh Freeze quarterback outside of the fact that he's not an accurate quarterback. And we did see some immature moments from Robbie Ashford last year. And Peyton Thorne is a guy that's got a ton of experience. He's played, say what you want about the Big Ten, he's played in front of big crowds before. So I don't think the stage is going to be too big for Peyton Thorne. I just wonder how short the leash is going to be. And to me, this is not hyperbole, but this is like the most fascinating year in state for both Alabama and Auburn quarterback situations. Because I can't tell you who's going to be the starting quarterback week 1 to week 12. I mean, we realistically could see a combination of 5 different starting quarterbacks between the two programs.
Yeah, and just to pull the curtain back, usually, I mean, if we could make our NIL deal every year with a quarterback, that would be a dream scenario if it was going to be a true starting quarterback. And if we could afford them and you know, tab the quarterback, that'd be the best guy to get in.
Now, we knew Bryce was going to be the guy, but the problem was that price tag on Bryce.
But for these guys, we could afford any of these guys. We just don't know which one's going to be out there.
You're right. I mean, it's one of those, and we've talked about this before, the way the NIL world is you can't actually stop a NIL deal based on performance. So let's just hypothetically say that we said, hey, Robbie Ashford's our guy and he's on every week. Well, Robbie might end up being the third-team guy, might transfer, and we're still stuck.
Yeah. Robbie, tell us about your new location.
Yeah. I still think we should have Bo Nix on every week.
I'm all for that. If Bo wants to come on,
he'd be expensive now, though, wouldn't he?
He's a Heisman candidate.
He is
in some form or fashion. One more from the folks at the Village Vice. That's Zach Blackerby and Brad Law. Cut number 3, Rockstar. The Village Vice is part of our family now. It is a 4 times a week podcast, all on Auburn athletics, Auburn only, from a couple of Auburn guys, Zach and Brad. Village Vice, you get it at Ward Dam Pods. Like, subscribe, and get their content. When the season cranks up, it'll be Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
I love how they do their topics too.
On the side?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really cool.
Yeah, so this is Freeze reaction on the quarterback news yesterday. Zach and Brad.
The job's yours. You're still going to compete. You're still going to play with an edge, but when it comes to trying to win the job, go out there and play like it's your team.
Yeah, I think that's going to be huge because you approach it differently. You don't approach it as, okay, how am I going to be better than these other quarterbacks? And how am I going to impress and better myself or better my standing in this position battle? It's then, how can I move this offense more effectively? And it was probably both of those things, but now it could just be one, right? Yeah. And obviously you still want to make sure you're the best looking quarterback because you hope he's a competitor. You hope he brings that edge every single day, like you said. But I like it. I'm surprised. I'm a big proponent of make the decisions as early as possible. I said that with the offensive line. I said it with quarterback. And it seems like most of the starters are kind of solidified now at this point. And I think it's great now with multiple weeks before the season starts. I I don't know. There's just not a whole lot of downside to this, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would say this. If you are opening with a team that could beat you, then
UMass cannot.
Yeah, they cannot. They are maybe 136 out of 136. But if you can pull up the Auburn schedule for sure, here's my point. If you were like even Alabama, if they were playing Texas first, there would be no advantage to naming a quarterback or sending it out. But see, UMass, Cal, Samford, before you play Texas A&M, you will have tape on the quarterbacks at this point.
Yeah, and I'll say this, man.
In your scheme. So there's no need to keep it hidden and, try to play a shell game or anything. They're going to have Peyton Thorne and Robbie's package and all that by the time your first losable game, Texas A&M, happens because you've played 3 games. There's no shell game to be played with UMass, Cal, and Samford sitting there.
Look, I think Auburn has way too many athletes to lose to Cal. But again, you're going to the West Coast, and it is a Power 5 team. And I still think they've got an underrated coach in Justin Wilcox.
Yes, but their roster is nowhere close.
I agree with that.
Nowhere close. Their roster, Vandy and Cal, I would put Vandy, depending on where it was being played. If it was being played in Berkeley, I'd put Vandy as a 7-point favorite. If it was being played in Nashville, I'd put Vandy as a 13-point favorite against Cal.
So I think Auburn will probably be about a 10-point favorite, but you've got a starting quarterback in Jack Plummer that has a lot of experience.
Good last name.
Yeah.
Jack Plummer.
I don't think there's any relation.
To the Snake?
To the Snake.
Oh, I thought there was. There's not?
No, I don't think so. Well, you know what? He is from Gilbert, Arizona.
Yep. Which is sort of where Jake the Snake.
A lot bigger than Jake the Snake, though. This kid's 6'5".
Maybe married up. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Chicken Cock, the great old brew there, the old bourbon there from Paris, Kentucky. Tell us about Chicken Cock.
Yeah, I was a little upset that we didn't have any Chicken Cock available last night. Again, asked for it by name. I had some of our viewers and listeners asking about Chicken Cock last night. If you're at a local bar or restaurant, they don't have it, tell them to get it. It is fantastic. Again, I've got both of the expressions of the bourbon and the rye behind my bar. They're in the green room as well. Chicken Cock Whiskey, one of the oldest whiskey brands in America, founded in 1856 in Bourbon County, Kentucky, known as the famous old brand. Chicken Cock Whiskey has a name you don't forget. Chicken Cock. Cock actually preceded the popular usage of the term rooster in describing a male chicken. Additionally, rooster tails were used to stir cocktails, i.e., the cocktail. Additional reviews and information are available at chickencockwhiskey.com, and you can order other varieties outside of the bourbon and rye right there at chickencockwhiskey.com.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call waynes.com.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A+ Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
Our buddy Shannon Terry has some thoughts that he shares with Bama Online. Shannon Terry, owner of On3 Sports, on the Alabama quarterback situation. We'll get to that in this segment that's being brought to you in part by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Again, I had an opportunity to hang out with the fine folks at Michelson.
Hold on, I'll talk while you chew.
A little bit longer. I'm almost done.
No, you do it. Go ahead and finish up chewing there. Last night, or actually this weekend, the Braves hosting San Francisco, a little series going on. Dodgers won their 11th game in a row, and they've got a series with Miami coming up. And NFL football last night, an 18-18 tie. But Dorian Thomas Robinson, DTR.
He's going to end up being the number 2. I think he's going to beat out Josh Dobbs. This is a guy that came to UCLA, 5-star, wasn't great early on, but got better and better, and he has looked outstanding early on.
He really has, and that was the 18-18 tie. We'll talk more NFL football, a couple games tonight. Later in the show, Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, make the phone call that I made years ago, 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. Got an opportunity to hang out with Amy and Terry and Dr. Michelson and Dr. Jen Michelson last night. They are the best in the business. Swear by these people. Again, I had the 20/200 vision. Now I've got 20/15 vision. Found out Lunsford's mom has gone to see him. She's got a really good relationship with the Michelson. She's got 20/15 vision.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah. So, hey, stop with the, hey, look, there are the meeting of the minds. Dr. Beckenstein on the left, Dr. Michelson on the right. What do you think they were talking about? I bet I know.
I bet they're deciding which was harder to put back together, LT's hair or LT's eyesight.
Squirrels.
I bet they're talking Alabama football.
Oh, yeah.
205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up. Hassle-free consultation. 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. I saw a squirrel in my backyard. Me and Jack were at the pool the other day, and it had what looked like a corn cob in its hands. And it was just destroying it, going side to side to side to side to side. And it was a pine cone.
Oh, wow.
And it's got to hurt your teeth, man.
Yeah, I didn't know they ate pine cones. That just seems like that'd be a shitty meal.
It does have pine nuts and pine seeds like things in it. So
I'd be digging around like I've got a garbage can out back. I'd be going through that if I was one of the squirrels.
I do like when they put pine nuts on salads.
Yeah, I don't mind a pine nut.
Yeah, not at all.
Step on a pine cone, though.
Rockstar there. You had, can we get Dr. B and Dr. Michelson? He's like, I had to do LT's hair. And then Dr. Michelson, well, I had to do his eyesight. And then there's a guy over at the bar who's holding up his Bud Light going, I was there when he waved the white flag years ago. I had to do the undercarriage.
Hey, that was Dr. Mills, Packy Mills.
We had to remake it, man.
Urology Centers of Alabama. I mean, look, tonsils. Again, I'm falling apart. My dentist showed up last night. Did you meet Dr. Aaron Nelson?
I did not. I don't think.
Yeah, so Mark Nelson, one of Reed's really good friends, fraternity brothers, they actually went to high school together at John Carroll locally, went to college together at Alabama. They were Pikes there. But I met, obviously, Mark forever ago, and his wife followed in the footsteps of her father, who's actually an endo, but she is just a regular dentist, and so she's the one that did my bridge work the other day.
Oh, I'm glad you got the bridge there. Eli Gold, speaking of beating medical things, returned last night to head coach. He beat cancer, and he's back part of the Alabama broadcast team this year. And he was hosting head coach last night at Baumhauer's over in Tuscaloosa. And here's how the show opened up last night, courtesy of the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
Now, here's Eli Gold.
Well, folks, I'm already emotional, so just let me say that my heart has been here all along, but I'm thankful that the rest of me is back here now. Let's get ready for a great season. Roll Tide, and welcome to Baumhauer's Victory Grill here in Tuscaloosa. The first of our get-togethers on Thursday night with the coaches at the University of Alabama, and of course, during the football season, Coach Nick Saban.
That's head coach last night, starting off with Eli Gold. That voice, iconic. Glad to have him back as part of the broadcast team.
Yeah, it's great that Eli is back. He looks like he's lost a lot of weight. I know a lot of people were concerned. We were concerned. I really didn't know what the future was. I didn't know if we would ever see Eli behind a microphone. You heard so many different things about his health. So it's great that he's back out there.
There he is with head coach last night. Shannon Terry on 3 Sports with Bama Online talking about the Alabama quarterback situation. And as Shannon points out, he goes, Dylan Lonergan all of a sudden is sort of a guy who is sort of throwing a wrench into the conversation that he really wasn't a part of all year long. Here's the way Shannon breaks down, Shannon from On 3 Sports to Bama Online. Best arm talent in the Alabama quarterback room is Dylan Lonergan, in his opinion, by a mile. Best running threat in the quarterback room, Jalen Milroe by a mile. Best intangible leader in the locker room, he says, I don't have a clue. Most effective, least likely to make a mistake, I don't have a clue. But the guy with the highest NFL ceiling in that locker room, he believes, is Dylan Lonergan. Does that surprise you?
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. What is surprising is Alabama's quarterback situation is so in flux right now, and it was so solid. Even, you go back to the A.J. McCarron years. A.J. McCarron is a really good quarterback. And even when you didn't know who the quarterback was going to be, and maybe this will end up being the situation. I mean, Jalen Hurts, you brought it up yesterday or Monday or Tuesday, whenever it was, didn't start against USC. That was Blake Barnett. And Jalen Hurts now, I mean, I'm hearing people argue that he is one of the top 3 quarterbacks in all of football right now.
Yeah, in the NFL at that level. Lonergan, who I'd never factored him into the conversation. To me, it was always Ty Simpson, Milroe, and Buckner. So we'll see if Lonergan really has some staying power in that conversation. But high praise from Shannon Terry's sourcing of those who are on the field during practices and scrimmages watching in Tuscaloosa. Of course, tomorrow, big scrimmage day again this weekend all around the SEC, and we just pray for, everybody's health. Had a couple of scary moments last night in the NFL game with a couple of neck injuries on a couple of Philadelphia receivers. It's a violent sport, and you don't like to see anybody out with injury. And then, especially before the season starts on the exhibition play in the NFL or in these high contact scrimmages that are part of the process that we'll go through in places like Tuscaloosa and Auburn and Athens and all over college football coming up tomorrow. When we come back a little bit into the NFL, and we'll talk about that coming up this weekend. And imagine you had all the money in the world and you could take a dream trip through this college football season, like from the first Thursday night to the championship weekend. An ESPN writer has laid out the perfect schedule if you wanted to have the most fun this college football season. We'll walk through the schedule, and I will sit here and imagine to myself, if I'm the richest man in the world, would I want to saddle up and do this journey this college football season? That's coming up in the next segment right here on TNR, being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. It was great to see C. Stu. One time I looked over and Gutter Cap owner C. Stu was sitting at a table with 8 women. It was him and 8 women.
That's C-Stew for you. Cap it, don't snap it again. It's a dirty, dangerous job. It's going to be hot this weekend. You've worked all week. The last thing you want to do, get the dangerous ladder out, get on that roof, clean the gutters. You'll never have to clean them again. It's one call. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out forever. Again, back with a lifetime warranty. Call C-Stew. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
It's NBA time, Birmingham, as we hoop it up with the New Orleans Pelicans and Houston Rockets, October 12th at Legacy Arena. Single game tickets are now available. Visit birminghamsquadron.com or call 205-719-0850 for more information or to buy tickets. And the game is packed with former local players like Herb Jones and Kyra Lewis Jr. and Jabari Smith, and other superstars like Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson. You can also become a Squadron season ticket holder to get complimentary tickets to this huge event right here in the Magic City. The Pelicans preseason game in Birmingham sold out last year, so get your tickets as soon as possible. Do that online at birminghamsquadron.com or by calling 205-719-0850. October 12th, it's the Pelicans and Rockets at Legacy Arena right here in Birmingham. birminghamsquadron.com.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydrolife. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. Hydrolife's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll talk to Geoff Collins, former coach and now a guy who is still around the game and is working his way back to, I believe, one day being on the sidelines again as a defensive coordinator or a head coach at a major college program. Geoff Collins, who will be sitting this year out, will join us at 11 o'clock. He's been around to a lot of camps, contributing and helping out friends who are still in the coaching business this offseason. So we'll talk to Geoff about what's coming up at 11 o'clock, including the decision that was made by Hugh Freeze. I can't wait to ask Geoff. He's done this at a couple of stops and has been part of staffs as a coordinator too, of when you take over, how tough is it and what you're looking for when you name that first quarterback. Auburn doing that yesterday with Peyton Thorne. We'll jump into that ESPN story and a couple other unique things this hour. No Brownie today, taking his daughter off to college. His oldest is off to South Alabama. So they're traveling today and moving her into the dorm. Lance Taylor, Jim Dunaway. The rest of the crew is here except for Taylor Korn. Rockstar is punching all the big buttons there. Forrester, Lunsford, and Tyler on the back row. Taylor Korn usually handles social media, but she has a well-deserved day off. She's back with us on Monday. She took the day off to go on a little trip to Red Rocks to see a concert coming up this weekend, which is a bucket list thing for me. I would love to go to a concert at Red Rocks.
I would love to go to a concert at Red Rocks. I don't even know the band that she's seeing. I know they were at Avondale a couple of months ago. I don't know if you guys recall.
Is it Mount Joy she's seeing?
Yeah, something like that. I have no idea. But yeah, I remember her saying that.
Yeah, I would love to go to Red Rocks. So
me too. And I look at their schedule every year, and the people I want to see for some reason are always in September or October in the middle of football season. And there's never anybody I'm dying to go see, but you're right. I should just go see anybody.
We should just go and catch a primetime game. Little Colorado football.
Yeah, just go there. How close to Denver or Boulder or what is Red Rocks? Goose has been. Red Rocks is awesome. He says.
Yeah, I think Red Rocks is. Maddie's been to Red Rocks. I think Red Rocks is just right outside of Denver, and Boulder is 20 minutes from Denver. So I think it's all pretty close. You know, so last year at this time I was moving Layton into South Alabama, so I was missing the show, and that was coming straight from Floribama.
Yeah, that's when you extended your Floribama. We were down there for a few days, I think on Monday and Tuesday, and we went down on a Sunday, and then you decided to say Wednesday, Thursday, and move her in on Friday.
Yeah.
That's when we did the extended LT trip.
Well, I did the show
there.
Friday, too. So, yeah, I don't think I missed a show. I think I ended up just going straight from the show to move her in.
I think you missed the Friday show.
Maybe. I don't know.
You did the Wednesday and Thursday in the layover period because you didn't want to drive the 4 hours back from Birmingham, so you stayed at the Gulf Coast 2 extra nights so you could do the 2-hour drive over to Mobile.
It made sense, right?
It did to you.
Why backtrack?
It did to you. All right, here's the scenario. This hour being brought to you by Woodhouse, and then we'll get into the perfect schedule. Some of these stadiums may be bucket list for you guys. All of you are saying Red Rocks is about 25 minutes from Denver. Half-hour drive from Denver, says Ken.
How about this? Good Friday night concert at Red Rocks, Saturday game in Boulder, Sunday game in Denver.
You had me until the game in Boulder.
Yeah. Oh, so you wouldn't want to go. I'd rather go to, honestly, I would rather go see primetime in a Colorado game at Folsom than actually go see the Denver Broncos.
Okay, that says a lot. Tell me about Woodhouse, and then we'll get to this. If you had all the money in the world football schedule.
Hey, treat somebody to the gift of luxury from the Best Day Spa. Woodhouse Day Spa, located at Summit Shopping Center, right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail service. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa. Tell Stuart and Casey the next round sent you. I would bet whatever amount of money that Colorado will score more points per game than the Denver Broncos.
I would go with that too. I would go with that too. Even the 12-17 differential, you still believe Colorado will? I mean,
I'm just talking about per game.
Per game on average. Yeah. Hey, it's hard to score points in the NFL. It really is.
It is.
I mean, it is tough to do. Here's the perfect schedule if you had all the money in the world for college football, starting on a Thursday night and running through the end of the season. There's some choices we'll have to make along the way, but I think they're pretty easy choices. Thursday night, opening night, Bill Connolly does this at ESPN. He says the place you want to be is Utah, Salt Lake City? Is that where Utah is? No, other way around. Is that where the University of Utah is?
Is in Salt Lake City,
okay.
yes.
Florida at Utah in Salt Lake City. You start there on Thursday night. He says that is a no-brainer. Then you back that up.
By the way, beautiful. Like, the stadium is one of those smaller stadiums, but it is a beautiful scene behind it with the mountains.
He says, no doubt, opening weekend, you want to be Sunday down in Orlando for LSU Florida State. Best game of the weekend.
I think that's the best game of the weekend. I've got no desire to go to Orlando. I'm more about seeing some of these on-campus stadiums.
It's about the football, though, is what we're doing here. Week 2, he says, you choose between Texas at Alabama or Oregon at Texas Tech. There's no choice there.
Yeah.
It's Texas and Alabama.
It's Texas, Alabama. Again, you say it's all about the football, but I can watch the football on television. I'm talking about, for me, it's all about the atmosphere. I would rather choose my specific tailgate, great matchup. Yeah, that's part of it, but going to different stadiums, and stadiums I've never been to.
In week 3, South Carolina at Georgia or Tennessee at Florida is his 2 choices. He does this by the best SP power ranking that he puts together for ESPN, the best matchups of the weekend. So he says you want to be at South Carolina at Georgia or Tennessee at Florida. Which one would you choose?
Probably Georgia, South Carolina.
Yeah, South Carolina and Athens for me too. Week 4, now it gets juicy, but to me I'd be in South Bend. Ohio State at Notre Dame or Ole Miss at Alabama.
Oh, Ohio State, Notre Dame.
Yeah, me too. Ohio State, Notre Dame. September 30th, week 5, Georgia at Auburn or LSU at Ole Miss? I mean, if Auburn has shown some life, that's going to be a fun atmosphere.
That's the difference. If they're getting run off the field early on, especially by Texas A&M, I probably would skip that. I probably would do LSU Ole Miss.
Week 6, I'm interested. Do you think if Kentucky, under the radar, has any shot in Athens against Georgia?
I do not. I think Kentucky's going to be good. I just, if that game was in Lexington, I think it would be a little bit different.
So your choice then would probably be Alabama at College Station against Texas A&M.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I've never been to College Station either.
You haven't?
Nope.
Underrated fun town. I'd love to know if the chat room, if you guys if you've ever been to College Station, and if you like the place. I've been Old Stadium in the year after Johnny Manziel game. Mike Evans, hard to be stopped. Alabama comes back and wins it late. So that was 2013. And then I went back in New Kyle Field, and it's a beautiful stadium.
Yeah, I want to go, and it's not bad travel, right? You fly into Houston. And then what is it, 45 minutes?
45 minutes. Yeah.
So it's Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, basically.
Basically, it's exactly what it is.
Yeah, so I'm all about going to a game there. So that's the one I would choose.
Yeah. Then week 7, Texas A&M at Tennessee in Knoxville. And if A&M is as good as you think, that's a great game.
Oh, yeah.
Or USC at Notre Dame. And if Notre Dame is good, that's a great game.
Yeah, I just went to Notre Dame, though, because I did that a couple of weeks ago. And as much as I love USC, I probably am going to go because I think Texas A&M, again, is underrated. I think Tennessee's going to be good again. I think that atmosphere is going to be incredible. I don't know what the records will be in week 7. But that should be a great matchup. There's also, I was at Wisconsin that weekend. There's some good matchups that weekend.
Yeah, we're getting to the juicy part of the schedule. Now in week 8 is where you make a choice. Tennessee at Alabama, and you see the SEC does well in these matchups, by the way. But you probably want to be in Columbus, Ohio, Penn State, Ohio State at the Horseshoe, right? I mean, I know there's going to be a lot of juice in Tuscaloosa coming out of what Tennessee did to Alabama last year in Knoxville and the rushing of the field and everything. But Penn State, Ohio State, if Penn State's as good as everybody thinks they're going to be, that's a fantastic contest.
Yeah, I would agree. It would be a little bit more fun if it was at State College. But, yeah, I would probably go that direction.
October 29th, Ohio State at Wisconsin or Florida, Georgia cocktail party in Jacksonville. I've always wanted to go to a cocktail party.
I have too. What about Oregon at Utah, though?
Oregon, Utah could be good if Utah has not, or Oregon, either one have not followed on.
Tennessee at Kentucky, Clemson at Florida or at NC State.
Those are good ones.
Yeah.
I mean, I would put Oregon, Utah this year probably ahead of Florida, Georgia.
Yeah, I think I would actually take Ohio State at Wisconsin.
That's the main one he says here, Ohio State, Wisconsin.
So is Wisconsin next year?
That checks our Wisconsin box in our dream journey, by the way.
Yeah, look, and I think that I have never heard anybody say Madison is not a fun trip. Is Alabama in Madison next year? Yeah,
that's next year.
Then we need to figure that out.
LSU at Alabama or Notre Dame at Clemson on November 4th. And there's a ton of other great games.
LSU, Alabama.
Yeah.
I mean, that game, when that game goes off, well, Georgia's going to be there. I think it will be a top 5 matchup.
LSU, Alabama.
Yeah, and I think it'll be 2 undefeated.
Boy, I hope so. Georgia and Tennessee the next week for me. They put Minnesota, Ohio State down here, so it must be an okay weekend. And then rivalry weekend: Ohio State at Michigan, Texas A&M at LSU, Iron Bowl, all that. But for me, I'm gonna go Ohio State and Michigan
Me
on this
too.
year.
I think they'll both be undefeated again. And I saw our good friend Charlie Vitello last night. He's like, you and Dunaway and Brown owe me because I told you that Ohio State and Michigan would be undefeated when they met last year. I said, I don't remember that, but I'm sure we did bet that. So whatever we owe you, we owe you. But I do believe those teams will be undefeated. And that's one of those games that none of us have ever been to. And it's arguably the greatest rivalry in college football.
Yeah, it's the game, right? Charlie was one of many people who said this last night. I think Charlie said this. It blurs together, but at our anniversary party last night, everyone is amazed that Maggie is with me. Like he is. Like people kept coming up to me. He's like, I can't believe that's your wife.
That's a compliment to your wife.
What do they mean by that?
And it's a shot to you. They think your wife is good looking. They think you're a little banged up.
Yeah.
There you go. That's how you break it down.
I mean, that's a simple way to break it down, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys give me another translation. Yes, there is Pastor Maggie and there is Dunaway, but you guys give me another translation. If somebody comes up to Dunaway and says, man, how are you married to that? What does that mean?
Well,
to me, it means she looks good and you're banged up.
Well, as Michael points out, she's super sweet and a lot more personable and likable than me.
Well, there's that too.
Yeah. So you're a little banged up personally, personality-wise, and yeah.
Well, I appreciate her spending time with us last night. And
I didn't get to spend much time with Maggie.
I actually didn't either.
How much do you pay her to wear that shirt?
She actually, when she came up here to do a thing with Rockstar that we'll tell you about coming up this season, Rockstar has his own show that he's dropping. But she came up and did something with Rockstar, and she walked right in there and grabbed that T-shirt and was leaving with it. And I was like, "Oh, you got to ask
Reed.
You got to ask Reed if you can take it."
Shirt Nazi.
Because the Dunaways are shut off from T-shirts right now.
That's because Reed doesn't like you.
Oh, I know.
That out, right?
And I just remembered Reed and I are fraternity brothers. So he's breaking the covenant.
Do that Phi Phi Ka.
Yeah, he's breaking the covenant of being mean to me. I forgot.
There's no statute of limitations on that, right?
That's right. He'll be scorned and burned eternally if he goes.
You know what's
against
funny
his
is I feel so bad. Leighton and Jack wanted to come so bad last night, and Leighton got sick, and now Jack's sick. But Leighton, every time I ask her, "Hey, we've got some new gear. Do you want?" No, I'm good. I was like, "You don't have any?" She's like, "Yeah, I got one T-shirt." And I was like, "Have you ever worn it?" No.
Daniel, it's B, not A.
I mean, I know it ain't A.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's B.
You know A, and you're questioning B.
Yeah.
I understand. Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there. If you're heading out and rolling around, or your kids are back in school, or they're traveling anywhere, make sure they get it all checked out at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Great locations all over town. Unbelievable service, bumper to bumper, not just new tires there as well. One thing I wanted to bring up, because we're getting ready to go to the Gulf Coast. It's been a crazy week. It's been a crazy month. We've been to Ocean City for a few shows. We had the big announcements. We got the kickoff party last night. And next week, Thursday and Friday, we're down at the Floribama. The state of New York, Rockstar and LT, the state of New York has bought a fleet of drones, $6,000 a piece. And they have two purposes. One is pretty amazing to me. The other one is to basically hover around, and they are able to search for predators approaching beaches where great, swimmers and beachgoers are swimming off the coast of New York. So they're able to hover around out in the water and look for sharks.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you've seen the video, and it was this summer, a couple of months ago, and there's like two pods of people. There's like a three set of people. There's like a couple, and there's this huge hammerhead that is swimming like between them.
This is in Pensacola, right?
They don't even know. It might be Pensacola, but it's taken from a drone. They have no idea that shark is right there by them. I mean, I don't know what you do because, shark's pretty quick. I mean,
yeah, but how do you, once you see the drone, how do you get the warning to those people?
Right. That's what I was about to ask. Is there a beeping sound or a warning?
Well, I don't know if it goes to that will tell me to move. Yes.
Yeah. Shark must be in the area, or a hawk.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do it. The thing that's amazing, though, for people who may get caught, like on the Gulf Coast, if we had these, in a riptide or something, these things will be able to drop life preservers out of the drone and drop it down to swimmers who are in trouble, which I think is pretty amazing.
No, I think that's pretty awesome. You just wonder if the person by that point has already panicked. I just, like Rocky, I wonder what the reaction time is on all this stuff.
Yeah.
But, you could have, I've had people that have told me they've had drones on the beach before, and they're like, you would be amazed how many sharks are out there. But it's almost like if you and I were at the beach and you had a drone, hey, I'm going to go out for a little bit. You watch the drone and you give me this if you see a shark anywhere.
It's constantly looking at you.
Hey, it started when we had little kids, but I find myself still doing it. We'll get to Brett here before this segment's over with, so Brett, stand by on the phones. But I do this. Starting when I was a kid, and again, I'm not a good swimmer, but I'm this guy on the beach. Like, I got my Bud Light, and I'm standing by the water's edge, but I'm just scanning the horizon. I don't know what I'm going to do if I ever see a dorsal fin, but I'm always just sitting there.
Out.
I'm just sitting there with my Bud Light, and I'm just like, and I'm always watching. And in my head, because I'm worst case scenario guy, in my head I'm always sitting there going, all right, here's a group of little kids here, I'm going to save the kids first. If I see that dorsal fin, I'm going to run and get these little kids out of the shallow water here and start screaming for anyone else. Worst case scenario, I am always sitting there going, that's all I do when I'm in the ocean.
Today's the day.
Yeah.
I have
I'm
people.
going to be the hero is what I'm thinking.
Of course you are.
Again, we did that mystery fifth hour on illogical thoughts for logical people. And one of mine is every time I get in the water, I think about sharks. And people tell me all the time, and you've got a better chance of hitting the lottery. I personally know 2 people that have been attacked by sharks.
Right.
So say what you want. A lot of these shark attacks get covered up. That's one thing that the Board of Tourism does not want you to know about is a shark attack. If it's a non-fatality and they can keep it under wraps, they're going to keep it under wraps.
Oh, I do. I think they cover that stuff up. Before we talk about New York Butcher Shop, let's bring in Brett, one of our longtime listeners as well. Rockstar, if you'll punch that up for me. Brett, from New Mexico, we call him. Where in the world are you today, man? You were not at the party last night. I know that.
Man, I'm bummed about it, too. I'm in Silverthorne, Colorado. I'm about 8 miles from the Eisenhower Tunnel, taking a detour because apparently they've got some kind of problem up ahead.
You go to Red Rock, see Taylor and all her friends.
That's right. Taylor's out there.
I'm going to pass right by the exit for Red Rock. So, Taylor, if you're listening, run out to I-70 and I'll blow my horn when I drive by. I'm going to explain. I told Rocky I could tell you exactly how far it is from Denver to Red Rock, and I'll explain it the way you guys will totally get it. If you're Brian Brown driving, it's 20 minutes. If it's me or Dunaway or LT or Rockstar, it's 35 to 40 minutes.
Oh, so it's a little further outside of town than some people were making it out to be.
Well, you got to go. You come out of Denver coming west on 70. You've got a few little hills, and then you go down, but it's about 2.5, 3 miles off the interstate. It is beautiful. I've got some pictures. I was fortunate when I was doing tours. I did one show out there back in 2019. When I get stopped later today, I'll pull some pictures off my Facebook photo album and I'll send them to LT so he can show them to you guys. But it's beautiful, phenomenal.
Well, do me a favor, just post them. Tag.
Okay.
I think all our viewers would rather see it. Don't just give it to LT.
Okay.
Because
all right. I'll put them on Twitter.
Yeah, do that. Because
I'll put them on Twitter.
Everyone who listens follows you. And Brett, be safe out there. Keep the shiny side up.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's old CB lingo. But yeah, post those a little bit later on. That'd be good stuff. Don't send them to LT. Send them to everybody. Put it out at Next Round Live, and go follow us at Next Round Live on Twitter and all of our social media platforms. Go follow us at Disrupt Media. Disrupt the Media, right? Is that it, Forrester? Disrupt the Media?
Yes, that's the handle.
At Disrupt the Media. I think if you just put Disrupt Media, you'll be doing something with a funeral home. Disrupt the Media. Disrupt the Media on all our social media platforms. You can follow stuff there. You want to follow all those so you don't miss anything. So it's really, really good there. Michael in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says he thinks that right now Taylor's already got a high noon in her hand.
So they're mountain time, an hour behind us. Little T's not going to start cracking until about, I'd give her an hour and a half.
She was up early because she was posting some stuff and commenting, and I told her about the bottle of wine that JohnsonRVCenter.com Nick gave her.
Yeah, she might be. I'll check. She's got what we would call a hollow leg.
Yeah, there's a good chance she may be hitting the Bloody Mary.
I mean, I'm a pretty good carny. I would say that little T, you never want to guess a woman's weight, but she's so thin she won't care. I would say she's about 105 pounds. Is that fair?
I was going to say 104 that you said that.
105.
Tiny.
But she can drink like a lumberjack. She wears that as a badge of honor too. She really can. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah, I wish I could. I cannot.
No, you can't.
I did not drink anything last night. I held a Bud Light for a while, but you're talking so much, and it started to burn my hand. Then I'm just I had no drink. Nobody brought me a drink all night long.
Well, Easy Peasy was like, "Should we get Dunaway a shot?" And I was like, "Absolutely not."
No.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, he did come ask me, and I was like, "Dude, I've had nothing all night. I'm not right before I'm leaving gonna start doing shots. I needed it all night long. I'm not gonna do it right at the end, right?"
Well, I met 3 or 4 people that had kids that were 6 months old. They were like talking, like saying, like, we listened to you talking about Cord when he was 6 months. I was like, oh, I may have been a little overwhelmed, and I scared you. I apologize for this because I scared a lot of people. I said the first 3 months were awful, but after 6 months, it was great. Right now, it's not so fun.
Bobby says, new job first week, getting to my TNR time now, a little behind. If Dunaway Deuce doesn't make it onto a T-shirt at some point, I will tell you this, the deuce was loose, the old Alabama.
I still can't believe Bobby did not introduce himself. Did he have a tag on?
I can't remember. I didn't really see the tags because I'm so awkward. I didn't want to get caught looking at the tag, so I was just, talking to everybody.
I was strictly a feet looker.
But thank you again to everybody who came out. We'll have pictures in commercial breaks all day for the people who didn't make it last night to see the fun they missed. And again, we'll turn the floor of Bama on Thursday and Friday next week into another kickoff party down on the Gulf Coast. We're looking forward to coming to that part of the state a little bit later on this week, just like we did to Maryland, Ocean City last week. It was amazing, all the great folks we saw there as well. Tell us about New York Butcher Shop. Good time for a steak, and we'll keep rolling forward.
Yeah, again, try to make a decision. Do I go out of town or do I stay on the couch tonight with New York Butcher Shop? Very tough decision. At the New York Butcher Shop, you can pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you, chef-prepared entrees and side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Caba Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
It's time for the ultimate football season kickoff party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org. The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
We're going to show it on the air? Oh. We just got a new t-shirt in.
Oh, wow.
Well, we can't even, I guess we can't even say it. New gear coming soon. I mean, there's so much stuff. I hate being, if I didn't know, like, we keep teasing this. So Monday. It's exciting though, but I know sometimes it's frustrating when we see stuff. We just got a new package in, so we have some new gear for something that I can't tell you yet.
We'll just put it this way: it needs to heat up.
It does. It is cold in the studio.
Is it a pot pie?
It could be. I love pot pie. I hadn't had chicken pot pie.
Oh, it burns. It's great, but it burns the piss out of your mouth.
The thing you got to do is you got to open the crust up and let that air, that heat explode and let the steam come out.
Rockstar's viewing menu brought to you by New Life first, but we've got a guest in the studio.
Yeah, Matt and Stephanie McDonald met them last night at the kickoff party. They've got their daughter Evie in. They're worried she's going to cry.
Yeah,
it'll only bother Dunaway. It won't bother me.
It won't bother me. I mean, her and I hung out last night. We were buddies.
Here's the thing. They're from Atlanta. They drove all the way from Atlanta. Now, they're Tuscaloosa grads. So they did go down and checked out the campus, and then they came back through on their way and stopped at the kickoff party. But the main reason for coming in town was to go to the kickoff party. So Matt says, I've listened to you guys since I was a sophomore in high school back in 2010. I'm like, boy, you make us feel old.
Yeah, imagine me.
Yeah.
Imagine me.
But just awesome that we can affect people like that all around, not only this state, but out of state. Different cities, a lot of fun. So we're glad they came in and give them a little 10-cent tour of the studio.
Yeah, and get them a good T-shirt or something before they get out of here. And honest to goodness, if she cries, she cries. It's fine. But look, she's laughing right now because she saw her friend last night there. New Life. All right, Rockstar's viewing menu. What do we have?
Yeah, our friend artist Daniel Moore has announced that masterwork in oils. Legacy continues. The sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, The Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. You can order right now. DanielMooreArt.com. That's DanielMooreArt.com.
So in theaters tonight, you got a new movie with Will Ferrell and Jamie Foxx, Isla Fisher, Sofia Vergara. And it's about dogs, Lance. It's called Strays, Dogs That Talk.
Hey, it's rated R, too, so I guess it's filthy talk from the dogs.
Will you take Chili to the movies tonight?
Wait, it's Dogs That Talk, and it's rated R?
Oh, it's supposed to be because it's Will Ferrell. Sofia Vergara.
I thought Snoop Dogg was one of the dogs.
Listen, Yeah, I think all
Yeah.
guys: Will Ferrell, Jamie Foxx, Isla Fisher, and Sofia Vergara. Whatever it is.
I would like to see this. It's my kind of movie.
I'm going to say it's not going to be good.
Well, you got a double feature tonight because you also got Blue Beetle opening tonight.
What is this movie?
What is Blue Beetle? Is this a Superman
Lunsford.
thing?
Come on, Lunsford.
All right, so Blue Beetle is in the DCEU, which is Batman, Superman, that side of things. I know Brown's not here to mess it up on purpose, but
I do know the difference between DC and Marvel.
I know. I was saying that mostly for Brown and the people who are like Brown. But so Blue Beetle is part of the DCEU, which is technically part of the old side of DC before now James Gunn is starting a new side, but he's bringing in Blue Beetle to be a part of the new side. It's the Hispanic guy from Cobra Kai is the main guy, and then George Lopez is in it. I mean, doesn't look great.
Wait, George Lopez is a superhero, or is he the villain?
The kid from Cobra Kai is the superhero. He's like his dad or uncle or something.
Wait, which kid from Cobra Kai?
Diego. Is that his name in Cobra Kai?
Yeah. Hey, good for that.
The one
kid.
that Johnny's like basically adopted. But
yeah, when you saw that pilot of Cobra Kai when it was on just YouTube, that kid probably had no future in Hollywood.
Yeah, and I haven't seen him in anything else until this. But
so he is Blue Beetle.
He is Blue Beetle.
What's Blue Beetle's power?
Power is just like this beetle that attaches to his body and turns a super suit around him, and he can create anything. Everybody's laughing at me. I'm not a big Blue Beetle person.
A beetle attaches to him and he can create stuff.
Okay, so basically the rich guy who was X-Man, he had this.
No.
What?
There's not one X-Man.
Iron Man.
Well, I mean, Iron Man.
From Iron Man.
Iron Man.
It is kind of like an Iron Man-ish.
Yeah, he had this suit. His only superpower was this amazing suit, right?
Yeah.
So this
It's
Blue
pretty much
Beetle
Batman,
guy,
too.
that's right. Batman's the same way. Blue Beetle,
This one's not rich. He just happens upon it, and then it turns him into a superhero, basically.
Are you saying it's not believable, Jim?
No.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, don't say it's not believable.
Lunsford, will you go see Strays?
That sounds like a good Max movie in 6 months.
54% on Rotten Tomatoes. It says crudely effective and effectively crude. Strays is more amusing than hilarious.
I think it's trying too hard. There was a movie probably 2 years ago that was three little kids, and they went around and cussed all the time, and it was supposed to be it's three little kids cussing the whole time.
Seth Rogen.
No, So we went to see Booksmart, which was a fantastic movie. It was one of the hidden gem comedies that a lot of people don't talk about. Olivia Wilde directed it, but I think it was Good Boys was the name of it.
That's what it was,
That's it.
And the trailer looked really funny, so we went to see Good Boys, and it was awful. It was one of those I wanted to walk out of.
Well, the trailer was great because it was Seth Rogen sitting behind a desk with the three kids going look, I know you guys are starring in this movie, but it's so bad, technically, legally, I cannot let you see the movie you star in.
Yeah.
That was the Red Band trailer. So that was a good idea, but the movie just flopped.
That is what Rockstar is watching. Anything else that you're watching this weekend?
Well, no, that's 6:30 on Stars Encore, one of my guilty pleasures in the 80s, the two Coreys, License to Drive. It's a great film.
I rewatched it with Jack about 6 or 7 years ago. It's awful.
Well, that's good for the 80s.
Jack's about to be licensed to drive.
He is.
Yeah.
What was Heather Graham was in that?
She was. She drove a Mercedes.
Yep.
A couple of from the Hustle, one of my news emails in the morning, 2 shower thoughts from them today. There's no reason for baby clothes to have pockets. I mean, think about that. We have pockets on baby clothes.
Because it makes it cuter. They have the little breast pocket, and it's still a teeny tiny. You could put a Tic Tac in there. I guess it's all for looks.
I mean, people could smuggle drugs from those pockets, right?
Some females have pants have pockets that they're stitched that are not even, you can't even use them.
And the one that was absolutely true, Powerball winners are the heaviest taxed billionaires in the world. Because there's no tax shield for you when you win your billions to start with. So
you know
I'll
what?
take it.
They're also the only people that probably don't bitch about taxes.
That's right. You're willing to take that 50% right here off the bat or whatever it is.
Yeah, you don't even look at, I don't know what the Powerball is right now. I just want to know what the lump sum is.
That's right.
And that's after the taxes, so I'm good to go.
So the lump sum is after taxes too?
I don't think
know.
so. Maybe not.
I don't think so. I think that's the one-time payout, and then you still pay taxes on that. Not that I would kick it away. I would love that. We missed Robert De Niro's birthday yesterday because Rockstar did the 4 Downs.
I got a lot of celebrity birthdays today.
His birthday was yesterday. Your favorite Robert De Niro role? You first.
Probably Godfather 2, but I mean, he was so good in Cape Fear. He was so good in Taxi Driver. He was so good in Raging Bull. It's really sad, like when my kids see Robert De Niro and Old Grandpa.
Right.
And I'm like, this is not Robert De Niro. This is, I mean, if you want to sell out, you can sell out, and you can grab that paycheck. But Robert De Niro was an incredible actor for so long.
Did he do he didn't do the Fockers, right? Meet the Fockers?
Yeah, he did. Meet the Parents.
Meet the Parents.
The Deer Hunter, too, he was great.
Yeah. And then
Goodfellas, he was great. Casino, yeah, Goose was great.
Didn't he do The Intern, too, or something like that?
He did. He did a comedian. He did a stand-up, like the stand-up. He's done, I think, a lot of these movies. He had a very expensive divorce, and I think he just said yes to almost every script he was given to.
Casino would be I think would be mine. Oh, Goodfellas, though. I like that one, too.
I still have not seen The Irishman.
He was good in The Irishman. They had a scene, though, where they beat this dude down at a deli, and they let De Niro do the fake punch and kick, and it's sad.
That look believable?
No, it looks like he would hurt himself kicking somebody.
Carson says De Niro in Heat is the best non-Godfather role.
He is incredible in Heat.
Is that was used car salesman?
No, so he's a thief, white collar thief. And it's the first ever scene. 1995 was the film, and Michael Mann directed, and I love Michael Mann's direction, but it's a scene with him and Al Pacino sitting at a diner table. It's their first scene ever together because, they were connected with the Godfather movies, but they're sitting across from each other, and Pacino's the cop, and De Niro's the thief, and the dialogue is incredible. And it's just one of those, when I went to first see it in 1995, I was so excited about that one scene.
So he doesn't go skinny dipping with Jennifer Connelly in a pond outside of town in that movie at all?
Oh, yeah, that's definitely. No, what are you talking about?
Where did you come up with that?
I don't know. I thought Heat had Jennifer Connelly in it.
No.
And involved a
Ashley
used car
Judd
salesman.
is in Heat.
Is in Heat.
She's not a good actress.
All right. I need to check out Heat. I've never seen it.
Oh, you need to, man.
Val Kilmer.
I think it's the best shootout scene in cinema history.
Wow.
Yeah.
I may open a bottle of Camus, since I've got one, and watch Heat tonight.
I might watch it again. I've seen it probably 15 times. If I don't go to the lake, Heat, New York Butcher Shop, and Camus. But the shootout scene, so the late Tom Sizemore's in it. It's got Val Kilmer with ponytail.
Oh, wow. All these people are in Heat?
Oh, yeah.
How did I not
Hank
see
Azara's
this?
in it.
Yeah, the dude that was Serrano, that's the Allstate guy, Dennis Haysbert.
Yeah?
He's the getaway driver.
Don't give it away.
The good-looking kid, Danny Trejo, is part of the crew.
I wouldn't say he's good looking, but yeah, there you
go. Man, it's got an incredible cast. And again, Michael Mann does a great job of having subplots into the main plot, and it all comes together.
Goose is good on my movies. He says the movie I'm talking about is The Hot Spot, which is why I thought Heat.
Wow, I never even heard of The Hot Spot.
Yeah. It's 3 hours long, Britain says?
Yeah, it's right at 3.
3 hours. All right.
Yeah, Henry Rollins is in it, John Voight, Michaeletta Thompson, Bubba from Forrest Gump, Natalie Portman. I mean, it's
wow.
quite the and it's one of the best crime stories, in my opinion, on film.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this now. Lunsford, can somebody find me where I can stream Heat tonight for free?
I got the DVD. If you got a DVD player, I got it on Blu-ray.
I'm looking.
This isn't the 1900s. I don't have a DVD player anymore.
I actually think it's on Netflix.
Yeah. Netflix.
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
Netflix is a thumbs up. So Heat for me on Netflix. I've got that subscription tonight. That's what Rockstar is watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life, and a lot more. What?
John said, I said he looked like Wayne Grove from Heat. I did say that.
Speaking of saying something, before you tell us about Hydrolife, who should be here about right now, right?
Yeah, they're probably in the lobby.
Probably in the lobby waiting
check
on
my
us.
phone.
Tell us about what's about to happen with you and Hydrolife, and a little dead wood on Jack Plummer.
So the dead wood first. Jack Plummer has actually transferred to Louisville. He will be Jeff Brom's starting quarterback.
Wow.
So there's a kid coming in from TCU. I think his name is Sam Baker. He's 5'11". So I talked about how big in stature Jack Plummer was. They're actually going to have a 5'11" versatile quarterback.
Cal when Auburn goes to business.
Hey, but I'll tell you, man, they lost a one-possession game to UCLA, USC, and Notre Dame last year. Wasn't a good Cal team, but they were close at times.
Sounds like LT is going to take the points in Cal when Auburn goes out there in week
see.
2.
On the way, though, our friends at Hydrolife Therapy, IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, compression therapy, all under one roof. Me and young Reed are both getting the IV therapy. Kelsey's getting the B12 shot. Mention Next Round at checkout. You're going to save 20% off any service. Very important. Mention Next Round at checkout. They've got that new location at the corner of Highway 119, Douglas Baker Boulevard in Greystone. Also a location in Homewood. They're open 7 days a week, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. If you can't make it to Hydrolife, not a big deal. They can come to you. For more information, you can follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hydrolife Therapy or go online, hydrolifetherapy.com.
What's about to happen today in the ACC? One more last deep Hail Mary from Stanford. When we come back, and a lot more Geoff Collins at the top of the hour right here on TNR.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Back with you here on the Next Round. Hydrolife actually in here getting LT set up. LT always has to go to the bathroom before he starts the IV because it takes a little bit with him. And now he's pulling a beer over here, getting a wicked weed.
Well, it's not for me, it's for Lacey.
Yeah.
Lacey, say hey.
Hey, Lacey's back with us. B12 shots and
you can drink it before. I'm not scared.
And I was just showing off my tattoo, which by the way, wearing long sleeves was not a smart move last night at the kickoff party.
Yeah, somebody told me they suggested to you to not wear long sleeves, and you wore long sleeves.
I did. Who told me not to? Somebody up here.
Number 12.
Number 12 did. Don't wear long sleeves because everyone's going to want to see the tattoo.
So now you have like a wizard sleeve for your shirt.
Yeah. Blake says I can play the DVD on my PS5.
You can.
I didn't know that. I do have a PS5. In fact, somebody challenged me. Is it our friend from Atlanta that challenged me to a college football game online when they come out later on PS5? Somebody last night was challenging me talking smack. And I was like, if you saw me during our Madden League, you're going to have to bring it.
You didn't throw a Mountain Dew bottle across the room.
I did not.
Oh, you guys overblow that.
Awesome.
You guys overblow that. That didn't happen. There's not video of that.
Part of our show.
That 100 went down that moment, didn't it?
It did.
It did.
Yeah.
It was 99.9.
That 100 goes down a little bit more than it doesn't. Hey, tell us about our friends at Harbin's Outdoors.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Again, Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop. I wish I would have known these guys 10 years ago. Had way too many people involved when we built the pool. But now, Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for all of your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes, around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself. Call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs.
By the way, Condoleezza Rice, one-time Secretary of State, and George W. Bush, President, were making phone calls to ACC presidents this past week, trying to encourage. Condoleezza has Stanford ties, and George W. Bush has SMU ties, and was trying to push for inclusion of Stanford and SMU into the ACC. So you had a lot of big political muscle being flexed there with these ACC presidents. According to reports today, the ACC is likely to vote on whether or not to include an expansion, whether it's SMU or Stanford and Cal, or the no vote, which is what is expected. They're expected to actually do a vote today. Stanford circled back yesterday, according to Ralph Russo of the Associated Press, and said, listen, for several years, when you hear several, how much is that for you?
Several years to me is 7 to 10.
7 to 10. Few is 3.
And what's a couple to you?
Is 2 for you? Several is 2? I would just say a couple in that situation.
See, Lacey's younger, though.
Yeah.
And so, again, the older you get, several becomes a little bit more.
Yeah. Couple is 2 for me.
Right.
A few is 3.
3 to 4.
3 to 4. Several is, I'd say, 5 to 7, 5 to 10. Stanford says for several years, we don't want any media rights from you guys. We just want to be in the league. We want to stay relevant. We want to be a Power 5.
Well, I don't think that Stanford needs the money. They need a conference. They need a landing spot. And the thing is, the unfortunate thing for some people is football, the only sport outside of basketball that's making money. Stanford really is good in every sport but football and basketball. I mean, really, their athletic department, they win national championships, everything but football and basketball.
And if you let them in, they're going to start disrupting your old school.
But I wonder how much Florida State's decision to possibly leave the conference will influence this vote.
Well, I mean, the ACC's in trouble as soon as one person leaves. And if Florida State, and I gave you the list yesterday, was Clemson, Florida State, NC State, and North Carolina were all against expansion. And if those 4 vote against it, it's not going to pass.
Yeah.
And they were all against it. I don't know what would have changed. Maybe them saying we will not take any media rights money at all, maybe that changes it a little bit. Or if Notre Dame somehow threatens to go to court or something over their grant of rights.
Yeah, but the thing, I mean, Stanford, Cal do nothing for me because you're really not capturing those markets. You can say, hey, we're in the California footprint. They don't move the needle at all. And you think about your other Olympic sports, as good as Stanford might be in those, if you're Georgia Tech, do you want your volleyball team to have to go all the way out?
No, it's a headache with all that. So we'll see if the ACC votes today, and if they vote no. Stanford actually told, according to Ralph Russo's report, Cal, Oregon State, and Washington State, the Pac-4 that's left, got together, and Stanford said, hey, just to let you guys know, this is what we're pitching the ACC for us. And if they take it, we're going to break up our Pac-4, and we're going to go ahead and I know we're all talking about sticking together, but we're going to go ahead and jump to the ACC if they accept this offer.
As much as I look, and I'm fight on, if USC doesn't win the Pac-12, I want Oregon State to win it this year. I want a big FU to everybody out there.
Yeah.
Like I'm pulling for. I like Oregon State to begin with. I like the culture. I like what Jonathan Smith has done. But how you can't pull for these teams now that are being left behind? I would think most people would, right?
You know, Bobby's exactly right. Stanford and Cal, they have some history. They've got great academics and technically a good market, but basically they're an albatross around the neck of any conference except the Mountain West.
I mean, if we really cared about GPA and APR,
right,
then I think they'd be great additions, but we don't. So I would agree with that, and I think Mountain West, look, if I'm the Mountain West, I take them. I mean, they've got history.
Yep. No, I mean, if you take the Pac-4 into the Mountain West, don't change your name. I've seen people say they should be the Pac whatever and just take the Mountain West teams and keep those four and be the Pac, Pac-12 or Pac-16 or whatever because it's already got a name brand.
I've said
no,
that.
If I'm the Mountain West, I'd say, no, you're coming to our league. We're going to be the Mountain West.
If I was the Mountain West, I would say that.
Yeah. Well, you got all the power. They've just got 4 teams.
I hate to see the Pac-12 dissolve. Not that it's going to be even a semblance of itself.
Not going to be Pac-12 anymore.
Can I give you the official definition from the Oxford Dictionary?
On coupled, thruple, and all
Several.
that?
Several is more than 2, but not many. See, that sums it up for me.
Yeah, so it's more than 2, but not many more.
But not many more.
Yeah.
Now you got to look up the definition of many.
Yeah. Well, one other note about expansion before we tell you about our friends at A+. David Ubben writes at The Athletic today that there will be a day that will have constrictions. When you take somebody away, what is it, Rockstar? One person is pulled away. We take a team away.
You contract a team.
Contract, right.
Extraction.
Yeah. We're gonna reduce. We're gonna kick somebody out in the future to make room for a more profitable team. I don't think that'll ever happen in the SEC. Everyone always points at Vandy. I just don't think that'll ever happen. There's bylaws in place since 2021 that will cost you $30 to $45 million if you leave, and you've got to give 2 years notice. And the moment you give your 2-year notice, Commissioner Sankey can withhold your money at that point.
Yeah, I think the
so
SEC...
you'd have to stay in the league 2 years and not get any money and still pay $30 to $45 million. It's a very, very steep penalty to leave the SEC, and I don't know who would want to leave. And I don't think the SEC will ever be in the business of kicking anybody out.
I would agree. I think the SEC is so healthy financially. And look, in Nashville, say what you want, is a really good market.
It
and
is.
Vanderbilt does have upside when it comes to other sports. It's kind of like the guy that's got so much money that he decides to download MGM Plus for one particular show, and he's paying $9.99 a month, and he never watches that channel again, but he's got so much money, he just doesn't care. It's like $10, I'm never going to cancel it. When the credit card goes away, maybe. But it's the SEC has got so much money, and I think they've got respect for that program that's been with them for so long.
I think that's what it is for the SEC is loyalty. Now, could you see a day when the Big Ten kicks out Maryland and Rutgers because they're so new to it? I could see that, but I don't see the SEC ever kicking anybody out.
Well, look, if the Big Ten, if it came down, hey, look, you got to get rid of Rutgers, we'll give you Florida State. I think they'd be like, okay, let's do it.
Yeah. On the flip side of that, the only team in the SEC that I think would leave the SEC, for some reason, I still don't trust Missouri.
I think Missouri would jump to the Big Ten. I say that, but, I think Missouri, when you talk about the Board of Regents, they probably would say, look, Big Ten money's great, but it's not going to be, ultimately, it's not going to be SEC money.
Show us the bathrooms from the Browns in LT's house here. A+, they did a
Brad
tremendous,
Bell, man.
Brad Bell and the folks there. This is Brown's bathroom before remodeling, and then you'll see the transformation there, what Brad Bell was able to do. A+ tile home remodeling.
Is that strange? He went from light to dark, and I went from dark to light?
It's not strange at all. You guys try to always zig and zag each other. Alabama Bath Remodels.com. Alabama Bath remodels.com, and that's A+ right there. A+ tile home remodeling, alabamabathremodels.com.
Chili loves that new shower.
Chili gets in there too?
Oh, yeah. And Chili gets in that tub back there, too. It's got the standalone tub. Now I got rid of that sunken tub. It had the jets. Disgusting different stuff would come out. I wasn't the original owner of that house. I didn't want anything to do with that jet tub. But now I've got the tub with the stretch sprout, faucet, whatever it is. So Chili can jump in there, get a bath. She can jump in the shower. She's loving it.
We'll talk to Geoff Collins when we come back. Great football mind, and we're on the verge of the season, just 8 days away from week 0. Geoff Collins about a couple of situations when we come back. What?
Hey, look what our man's wearing.
He's got his next round T-shirt on. There's Geoff Collins. We'll talk to Coach when we come back.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hell, we're 2 minutes late for Geoff Collins. We'd be running stadium bleachers if this was a practice, right? Geoff Collins joins us now on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. He's got gear on, Next Round T-shirt. Coach, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. I appreciate the care package you guys sent, so I had to represent. And then from McCready and Siskey, this little rain body fuel that they sent. So I gotta take care of my guys that take care of me.
Hey, you got the sponsors down, man. We're this close to putting you on the platform, letting you have a whole show.
No doubt.
So I know the summer is typically rushed for you guys, and you've only got a certain amount of time between. I mean, it literally is 24/7 now for college coaching. But has this summer been a little bit more relaxing for you?
Oh, it's been absolutely amazing, man. We did in June, took my first June vacation in 27 years.
Wow.
Took my little 7-year-old to Disney and had an absolute blast. And then in July, we spent 2 weeks on 30A. And as a college football coach for so long, you constantly have your phone on you. And it was about day 4 or 5 that I finally said, you know what, I'm good. And I left the phone in the beach house. And those next, 8, 9, 10 days without worrying about checking Twitter and checking the phone and who missed class and who was late to workouts. I didn't have to worry about any of that stuff. And I just enjoyed the family.
Yeah, that's good for a little bit, right? But you got the fire burning. You want to get back in it at some point, right?
Yeah, the juices were definitely flowing. And, the biggest thing for me is the opportunities that I had back in December, January, and February. I kind of put on hold because I wanted to make sure all of the people that worked for me had spots to land and had jobs. So that was really important to me to take care of my people. And but I've enjoyed the family time. But this time of the year when camp's starting, it's the juices start flowing a bunch.
I want to pick your brain, and we're going to ask you some questions here using your coaching hat a little bit. But yesterday, Hugh Freeze went on and announced QB1 in Peyton Thorne. And you've done this a couple of times as a head coach, when you're first year somewhere, how tough is it to finally announce that QB1 when you have an open competition like that? And how important is it to set the tone early on that every position's up for grabs and it's sort of a new day with a program?
Yeah, and it's different with every position because, obviously you don't sit around and announce the starting nose guard. Guard one, you don't do that when you're a college football coach, but everybody wants to know who the Q is. And, every dynamic in every program is different every single year. The school that's about 45 miles south of you guys in Tuscaloosa, coaches going through that right now, and the competitions and the battles. And, it's kind of up to the players to solidify who has earned that spot. And it better be right in the locker room, too, because everybody on that team and in that locker room, they got opinions, too. So just that fine balance between when to announce it, how to announce it, to make sure everybody's on board and, get ready to play the season.
Does schedule factor into that, too? Like if Auburn was playing a team that was SEC quality in game one, would you sort of keep that under wraps? I mean, they've got the advantage of playing UMass and then a couple other games before they get into the SEC play. Does schedule factor in when you make an announcement sometimes?
I don't think so. Every place is different. Every situation is different. But every single game matters regardless of who, you play in the opener or even the first couple of games. You need to solidify whatever it is with the offense and that position, the leadership. And, whenever you feel the right time to do that, you got to do it.
You've seen this game change so much since your time at playing linebacker at Western Carolina way back in the day to all of these various stops. But it's not only naming the starting quarterback, it's also being so delicate because that number 3 guy is most likely going to transfer. So how do you balance that out as well and tell these guys, look, we need all you guys. This is our starting quarterback, but you're still a valuable part of this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And the game has changed monumentally in just 2 years with the addition of the transfer portal. And, I think one of the best quarterback rooms in the country is down in Baton Rouge. Jaden Daniels, and then you've got Garrett Nussmeier. My hat goes off to Garrett because I bet Garrett could start at probably 95% of the college football programs in the country, but he chose to stay loyal to the place that he's at and believe in what they're building and wait his time, play behind a great player in Jaden. So I think that kind of gets missed too, just the somebody like Garrett, who's as high profile and quality of a player as him, has chosen to stay and wait his turn and develop at a high level. And who knows, just like the SEC championship game, he came in and, balled out for a little bit in that second half.
I'm interested as a guy who has been in a lot of conferences, especially on the defensive side of the football. For me, the SEC separates themselves from the rest of football because of edge rushers and linebackers. When you evaluate football in each conference, is that
Sure.
where the SEC separates itself, or where do you think the SEC separates itself?
Yeah, and I've been blessed to be a coordinator at 2 different spots in that league, in Mississippi State and Florida. And I think the biggest differentiating factor is the interior defensive line.
Okay.
The nose guard, the 3 techniques, the 4 eyes. You know, when those big fellas you're playing in the SEC and you're having to scheme up and block those big guys. I mean, it's some real dudes up front on the D line in the SEC.
I guess because there's not a lot of those around, right? That can run that fast, be that big, and play defense.
Yep, and it's the development, and you know, I still remember us finding Chris Jones back in the day in Houston, Mississippi, and you know, he's now one of the top defensive tackles in the country in the NFL. Fletcher Cox, one of the top in the NFL, and they were kind of developmental guys that just, you know, took off in the right strength program and the right system, and now they're, you know, 2 of the best defensive tackles in the league. And then you look at what Jalen Carter in just, you know, the preseason game and the preseason practices. I mean, that's a grown man as a rookie in the NFL. And you know, I think, you know, obviously the edge rushers and the corners, you're 100% right. But the biggest differentiating factor is the interior defensive linemen in that league.
I remember the first time I saw your former quarterback, Jeff Sims. It was in the abbreviated 2020 season. He came in against Florida State, and I was like, this dude is going to be good. You could just see the athleticism. He had that natural physical just appearance. And look, he hasn't had a great career, but now he transfers, ironically, to the guy you succeeded at Temple, and he's playing for Matt Rule at Nebraska. Did you and Matt have a conversation about Jeff, and what kind of quarterback is he getting with Jeff Sims?
Yeah, Matt Rule's probably my best friend in the world, and just so happy for him. And I think he's got the right place at the right time that at Nebraska. And you know, it was well down the path of the conversations Jeff and Matt were having. But just the competitor that Jeff is, I still remember back to your QB1 conversation. It was his true freshman preseason. It was COVID. We didn't have a traditional offseason, but we had 2 preseason COVID scrimmages, and Jeff just played himself into QB1. And, you know, we announced it, and he started against Florida State, a team that he was committed to, and we won that opener. And so just tremendous young man, highly intelligent, ridiculous skill set for that position. And one of my favorite things that Jeff earned since he's been in Lincoln is he's earned one of those single digits. So Matt's, you know, deemed him as one of the top 10 toughest guys in the program. And, you know, getting stamped like that, you know, obviously means a lot to him and his family, but means a lot to me personally as well.
Look, you grew up with us watching Nebraska dominate college football.
Yeah.
And it's look, and I know it's a difficult place to recruit to, and recruiting's a little bit different how they used to give scholarships there. But it is kind of mind-blowing that Nebraska is where it is now. And I've said this for the last few months. If Matt Rule can't turn them around, nobody can. What's your expectation for Matt, and what is he facing rebuilding Nebraska in a difficult conference like the Big Ten?
Yeah, and Matt and I had a ton of conversations back in October, November, 3 a.m, hour-long conversations that I'll leave between he and I. But I just think the way Matt builds a program, the way Matt recruits, builds toughness within an organization and within a roster. And I think the added benefit is the transfer portal now too. You know, being able to turn over a roster is huge. But the building blocks that Matt's going to put in place or is putting in place are going to set them up very well. They killed it in the portal recruiting. They're killing it right now in high school recruiting as well. And just excited to see them, you know, year 1, year 2, and then moving forward to be one of the top teams in the country.
You know, I don't know if everybody who follows our show, watches and listens, knows your history. But for those that don't remember, Jeff was in Tuscaloosa in 2007 when Nick got there. And Alabama fans are, sometimes we forget that, there were some down years. It's all, time is, a flat circle for a lot of people. It was Bear Bryant, it was Gene Stallings, it was Nick Saban, and not the tweener years. When you got to Tuscaloosa and you and that staff started to evaluate the players and then try to rebuild what this has turned into, what was that first set of meetings like when y'all looked at the roster at the University of Alabama? Where was it, and how did y'all start turning it around and getting different people on campus? What was sort of the mantra for you guys?
Sure, and it was basically just instilling the process, the mindset, the philosophy of coach, because there was talent there, right? There were really good players and really good athletes, but just the process, the mentality, the work ethic, how we handle our business day in and day out, that had to be built from scratch. And I just, credit to the staff that coach put it together. And, we're able to establish the infrastructure, the organizational things that needed to be done in his system, and then build the mindset of the players. And that first year, there were some hard times, and going through those experiences, and just Coach Saban being so steadfast and resolute in, this is how we're going to do it. There's not going to be deviance from it, and everybody needs to buy in. And it does help too that we signed at the time the #1 recruiting class in the history of college ball. So, the guys that are still on the roster is Julio Jones and Mark Ingram and Marcel Darius and Dante Hightower and other big time players are coming into the organization. You better figure it out pretty quick. And, just hats off to coach, just the sustained success that he's had and he's built. And it's not a surprise to me, because, I was with him working 18 hours a day, and I had to be with him in every second of every day, and got to see the brilliance, the work ethic, all the things that makes him successful, and then ultimately has made Alabama be the premier program in college ball.
Well, another guy you work with right there, Kirby Smart. I continue to say, look, Georgia cannot go undefeated again. It's the law of average in the SEC. You just can't do this. And now they're trying to accomplish something that hasn't been done since Minnesota back in the 30s. Right. If I asked you Field or Georgia this year, what direction would you go?
I'm going to say Georgia.
Wow.
And one of the biggest reasons why is I got to go over there and be inside the building, inside meetings back in spring ball. So Kirby, he and I go way back, so he gave me all access to everything. And, when we worked together, thought very highly of him. And then you see him start to have success, but you're not inside the inner workings of what is going on. And I got to be over there for a day and just watched how he coached, how his coaches coach, the attention to detail, the relentlessness of everything that goes on in that program, and just the organization and the drive and desire that Kirby pours into everybody. And, and they also, it helps to have, a lot of the best players in the country on your roster too, but it's the how they're doing it added to who they're doing it with. That's really impressive to me.
Yeah, you're impressive, man. We always appreciate your time. And we look forward to whatever is next, and the next 2 or 3 times you come on with us. Well, we consider you a friend. We're huge fans, and we appreciate you sporting that T-shirt. Apparently, you're still in the gym, because your arms, your chest. My wife she's dying for me to start lifting some weights, and you're just another indicator I should be lifting some weights occasionally.
Yeah, this semi-retirement life has been good for my fitness levels.
Geoff Collins, man, thank you so much for your time today. We'll talk to you again soon. One-time head coach at Georgia Tech and at Temple, defensive coordinator at Florida and at Mississippi State, and he was there day one when Nick Saban was putting that first staff together in Tuscaloosa and flipped things around. And he was the guy that put that recruiting class together. He was the director of player personnel, and got that big board right so that Nick Saban could start recruiting.
Yeah, I remember back in the old terrestrial days, he would tell us that he would listen to the show when he was out recruiting.
Yeah, on the road, driving around. Hemp Hill Services, all your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, bringing you that interview there with Geoff Collins.
Yeah, I'm telling you, these guys are the best. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
It makes a good point of what he is saying about what separates the SEC is those defensive tackles, because there are, I guess, more linebackers, more speed guys on the edge than there are guys who can run 4.5 to 4.8 at 280 to 310 and be as big as the Jalen Carters of the world. Those are fewer human beings on the planet. So when you have those in the SEC, like almost every team does, that does separate you from other programs.
Absolutely. And Jalen Carter, he mentioned, just the immediate presence that he was felt in preseason week 1. The defensive tackles in the SEC, they're just next level guys.
Yeah, and
watch out for Mason Smith this year.
Mason Smith, 5-star guy who got hurt at a Florida State game last year.
Yeah,
missed
first
the whole
series.
year. Missed the whole year. Got cleared in May. 6'6" guy, 5-star recruit, cleared in May, full go. But they're taking it slow with him at LSU. But he'll be there back on the field against Florida State, and you hope he stays healthy. If he is, he'll be a wrecking ball.
Well, you look right now what Quentin Williams is doing for the New York Jets. Everybody's talking about the Jets' offense. And I heard somebody say this. I think it was Dan Orlovsky. As long as they score 17 to 20 points, Jets are going to win almost every game. Their defense is going to be that good, and it starts up front with Quentin Williams.
No Rockstar Lounge today because of his voice.
I've got it, by the way. You heard that, right?
You're going to do it?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
I would love that. What are we going to do?
Does anybody else up here sing? Tyler, do you have a hidden gem that you're a singer?
Lunsford plays guitar and sings. Rumors, Kelsey plays the guitar, and I happen to have a guitar, but I don't have a chord.
You do have a chord at home.
Yeah, you don't want him up here.
Hey, but let me ask you, Lunsford, do you sing for real, dude? Can you sing?
I need a little more time to prepare if I'm going to do something.
Well, I texted my daughter, who does sing at churches, and I was like, hey, do you want to come up and sing a Taylor Swift song or whatever? And she's like, what would I sing? And I said, it doesn't matter. Rockstar can, by the time you get here at 12:30, he can learn anything. And she wants to do it in 2024.
Probably a better choice, because you don't want that rushed thing where it's just like no rehearsal, nothing. Right. We're just like going to cold, and everybody gets to hear it.
If Lunsford will play guitar, I'll sing.
Why? Can you can you sing a chorus for us real quick?
No, I'm not doing that.
I want to hear your voice.
You may in the future. If I have a little liquid courage, you may in the future.
Do you drink? I don't even know. Do you drink?
On occasion.
Did you know he drank?
On occasion.
I didn't know you drank at all.
I'll start drinking now. I'll do some Hank Williams Jr. for you. I told you country's the easiest to sing.
That's the one. If I was singing, that's the one thing I would sing. Whiskey Bent and Hellbound. I get all balled up inside. I get Whiskey Bent and Hellbound.
Oh.
Because I get whiskey bent and hellbound.
Keep going. Yeah.
Sing along.
There you go. Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah. Brittany, it's too late. We can't get Brittany up here either.
Yeah, I think Brittany's in a serious relationship. We reached out to her.
I was ghosted by her. I considered 3 and never got a word from any of them.
I didn't know. Oh, Zach Bryan would be good. I cannot wait for Rockstar to do a Zach Bryan song. I'm waiting. I'm counting down the days for that. Our friends at Wayne's, they've counted down 50 years of great service. You can save money with our friends at Wayne's right now by going to their website, callwaynes.com, or calling them up, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. But whenever you get in touch with them, talking to that customer rep, or when you're online, remember the promo code TNR. TNR. That's going to save you $50 on all their platforms. Stack them together, save $100, $150 on all their services like pest control, termite protection, lawn care, and mosquito services. TNR is the promo code. It's at callwaynes.com, 866-WAYNES-1. But listen, this isn't just for new customers. This is new customers or existing customers. So even if you've been with Wayne's for 50 years, you can still save $50, $100, $150 by using our promo code TNR. TNR, callwaynes.com, 866-WAYNES-1. I'm about to get a B12 shot in the next segment because apparently a lot of people are sick, and I'm going to try to fight that off with a little energy shot. LT's got the IV from our friends at Hydrolife. We've got trash coming up on the other side, and who knows what we put together for the lounge in the final hour of the show. It's all right here on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com, timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards, and there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's Next Round Live on YouTube.
Champy's world-famous fried chicken, champy'schicken.com. LT's got the beers flowing up here. We've got the IVs flowing with our friends at Hydrolife. Lacey here is about to hit me with the B12 shot because apparently we were around hundreds of people last night, and some people are sick now. And so the B12, is that going to help me with
I think Rocky's patient X.
Yeah.
It's really
yeah, it's energy here.
Is that your beer or mine?
That's going to be yours.
Okay.
Yeah. There we
thank
go.
you, Lacey. Yeah.
Is that glove sanitary here now?
Absolutely. Alcohol washes away everything.
Okay, so a little B12 shot here. Hydrolife can keep you hydrated and feeling good.
Oh, and I've got the beast mode done away. Let me tell you this.
Okay.
Jeez.
Just the jump. The jump he did.
I had to do it while you're distracted. Sorry.
Trust me, he wasn't distracted.
Boy, Maggie ever pulls that strap out off. Got a problem. We've got the beast mode, though. This is athletic prep and recovery bag. It's got amino acids, great for muscle recovery. What is that, the G word? Glutathione.
Oh, it's got glutathione?
I needed glutathione. I was like, if I can have just one ingredient, glutathione is what I need.
Good for your liver.
It's good for my liver.
Oh, God.
She knows me well.
Get him a whole nother bag of that.
Toradol, which is for pain and inflammation. B complex, which is for energy. B12, which is for energy. I'm telling you. Hydrolife, mention Next Round, get 20% off any service. Our friend AB goes all the time. He's like, Lacey is my favorite nurse there.
Oh, wow.
So there you go. He goes all the time. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, compression therapy, all under one roof. Open 7 days a week in Hoover and Homewood. Somebody asked, you can actually come to their office or house, right?
Yeah,
Nope.
A lot
Say-
of our nurses do house calls.
say that into that.
We do house calls.
Okay.
So if you need me to come to your house, we'll come to your house and do.
So Olivia actually came to my house one time.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you remember, did you ever work with Nurse Sally?
Oh no, I didn't.
Okay.
I've only been, sorry.
Yeah, so-
I've only been here for about a year.
So
but,
Olivia, we had a rough Saturday. It was during Christmas, and I'll never forget this. Olivia came, but she forgot the stand, so we had to use one of my makeshift Christmas trees
yeah,
to hang the
usually
bags.
When I do my bags, I do them at home and I like stick myself, but I hang it on a clothes hanger. Just hang it up really high. Oh wow! It works. Yeah, you got to get innovative.
Okay, so Robert wants to know: does a beer kind of offset the IV?
No, because you're still gonna be hydrating, and it's gonna be great for it.
Yeah, that's what I think. I can drink
mean,
more, right?
You probably shouldn't drink while you're doing it, but it's great before you drink and great after. It's definitely going to make you feel a lot better afterwards. If you get our Carlos, which is our hangover cocktail, that's a great one. So if you're really hungover one day, come in and see us. We'll fix you right up. You'll feel alive the next day.
I feel fantastic right now.
That's right. I gave you a good bag.
You look fantastic.
Well, thanks, Dunaway. I appreciate that.
She wasn't going to say it, so I thought I would say it.
Oh yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not fishing for compliments.
I am usually. All right, that's Hydrolife. Great folks at Hydrolife, and they'll come to your office or your home, and they will bring their own coat hangers if they forget the stand. But they never forget the stand. That's a rarity right there. Champy's Chicken brings you this hour. Champy's Chicken. Sterling and the crew. There he is, Sterling. I spent more time with him in that picture than I did last night. So many folks at our kickoff party, I didn't get a chance to spend time with my man Sterling, just briefly there. But he did finally meet Maggie, and Maggie started raving about the dark meat that she loves there. She's a leg and thigh kind of girl, right? That's dark meat. I'm a breast kind of guy.
That's white meat.
And that's white meat.
Yeah,
Yep. Juicy. And Sterling, I think, was agreeing with her about how the dark meat's so juicy and tasty, and I love the way he cooks to order the big breast meat and all the wonderful sides and the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's all right there. Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. IMG, that great 5-star, 4-star studded college prospect team, IMG, is in Alabaster on August the 31st to take on the Thompson Warriors. Go ahead and plan to go to Champy's on your way to the game. You can eat in and then make it to the stadium as close to the stadium, or you can get a to-go order to tailgate at the stadium for that big game. It'll be a huge crowd. IMG and Thompson, August 31st, champyschicken.com. Rockstar, before we do trash, can you give me cut 8? Mike McDaniel, the head coach, and we got more exhibition football tonight. It started week 2 off last night. Mike McDaniel is known for his lengthy play calls. And the quarterbacks have to know all this stuff. It's not all easy on the flip chart. Some of these coaches' play calls, and we've heard Gruden talk about it before, John Gruden back in the day, of all the stuff the quarterback has to call. Tua Tagovailoa gets asked about Mike McDaniel's lengthy play calls earlier this week at Miami camp.
Well, last year, it seemed at times that it was tough getting your play calling in.
Yeah.
Because he's got long play calls. And I
Correct.
asked him about it last week, and he said, they're still the same play calls. I haven't shortened them. He's just counting on you being better versed with them to be able to get it out and into your
Correct.
huddle. Is that, would you like to see it trimmed down a little bit?
Well, I would say it's a blessing and a curse because you do want all these indicators because it sort of tells us what the defense is in and whatnot. So, but then to that point, it's the clock's going down and it's long, and I can give you guys a play, and then if you guys want to repeat it after me, as if you guys were in the huddle, you guys can. All right. Should I go once or twice saying it?
Once.
Once? All right. We got North Right Clamp, South Fox, H Top, Pass 38, Top Gumby, XP Sweat. Let's go. Anyone?
I got North Right on Clamp. I got North. Sounds like a false start.
Yeah, sounds like a pre-snap penalty to me. Oh, my gosh.
Holy shit. I mean, that is.
Yeah.
I mean,
and not only does he have to say it, but everyone else has to know what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, that's insane. I will tell you, though, Mike McDaniel. So that offense was cooking before Tua went down. If you go back to the San Francisco offenses, the way they physically ran the football and how effective they were, which opened up everything for Garoppolo when he was healthy. Mike McDaniel can call plays.
Yeah, I think
didn't
so,
realize,
too.
I didn't know, like I knew some of the stuff was complicated. I didn't know the terminology was that complicated.
Well, I've always been amazed because I've known what a huddle sounds like, having not played the game, but talked to enough people over the years and coaches. And when you start questioning whether or not football players are smart, all you have to do is listen to a huddle. And you can say whatever you want about the defensive guys, but the offensive guys are geniuses in my book to pick out of that what you're supposed to know and know what you're doing and keep it all memorized and go 11 parts all going in one direction. It's amazing to me, and hats off to them and Tua giving us a little sneak into that. Thanks to everybody who came out. Dolphins excitement is through the roof. Had a couple of different people and or families show up last night in Dolphins gear.
Name me 11 starters.
Yeah, but
name me 11 starters.
Wait, who said that?
Ryan Brown.
Yeah.
If you can't wear the jersey unless you can name starters.
He is.
He doesn't even watch the games.
Oh, I watch every single game, every play.
Every play. Why do you say that, Lance? Why do you say that?
I told him he's choosing God over the Dolphins.
Sinner.
Greg from Pell City said, I'm afraid to talk Dolphins with Brown. I'm afraid he's going to question me because I'm a Dolphins fan, lifelong Dolphins fan, and I'm afraid because he's going to ask me who the backup left guard is, and I'm not going to know.
He doesn't know either.
Yeah. Let's do trash. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Now, I will say that I have not showered in front of other dudes in years, but I've taken hundreds of showers in front of other guys.
Well,
I have showered with more guys than I have women.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Put that on a
A
T-shirt.
little out of context, a little bit. Hey, where's your captain hat I brought you? From our man Keith in Ocean City.
I wonder if it's in here still or if it's in my car.
So Keith is going to start playing next round at the Residence Inn by Marriott in Ocean City. So all their guests are going to have access to watching the next round.
It's in the car.
Okay, it's in the car.
I took it home.
Hey, let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. The team of experts they'll make sure you're prepared for anything that may come your way, including freeing up cash for the things that you need to get done. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first with strangest food combinations of favorite celebs. You guys have made fun of me before because I would put a slice of cheese and microwave a Pop-Tart with the slice of cheese on it.
Right.
I've also done the easy cheese on a Reese's cup. Not bad combinations. Jennifer Lawrence likes the pizza chili noodle sandwich. Now, in an interview with Glamour, she said the chili pizza sandwich is you have a piece of pizza, you put chili in it with noodles, southern chili with noodles, then another piece of pizza, and then you eat it like a sandwich. She said she was completely sober when she made this up.
I don't know if she was sober and or not stoned, but it doesn't sound bad.
Sounds like a lot.
It does sound like a lot.
That's a lot of sauces and the mixing of sauces.
Like, I like calzones back in the day, but it was almost too much.
Maggie, how can I say this?
Just say it.
Can occasionally screw up a pretty simple meal.
Yeah, there you go. That's perfect. By the way, everybody, that was his edited version.
She said you're awful at sex and she can't cook. What? Marriage made in heaven.
She said that last night?
She was telling somebody. I overheard her talking about it.
Awesome. Wow, fantastic.
I was kidding, not to throw you off. Go ahead with her bad cooking.
Went and got some, we're re-upping some life insurance policies, right? So we had to go get checked. And so I haven't gotten checked yet. My deadline's coming. I got to get checked. But she went and got her numbers back. And basically, she now has a dietitian who says, you've got to eat more vegetables. So she cooked chili the other night. And it's got freaking vegetables in it. Like, it's chili, but it's got like zucchini is in there. Chunks of zucchini and carrots and blah, blah, squash and blah, 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 blah.
I put jalapenos in my chili.
Well, jalapenos is part of chili.
I put onion in there.
But, I mean, I ate it.
Yeah.
One bowl, and then she cooked a lot of it. And then the next day I didn't eat any. And she's like, oh, you didn't like the chili? And I was like, oh, yeah, I like the chili. And then, so I had to eat another bowl to prove I like the chili.
Can she tell when you're lying?
But it wasn't good.
Well, his voice goes up a little bit when he, no, great.
I'll eat another bowl.
See, he's being very transparent today because Maggie not only came in studio 2 days ago, but she came to the party last night, so there's zero chance she's listening. Is that fair?
It's hard to imagine she's listening.
I put in my time.
Yeah.
Hey, so Selena Gomez likes popcorn and pickle juice.
What?
Now, yeah, she said that she'll make a normal bowl of popcorn, then she'll add salt and butter. After that, she puts pickle juice in a smaller container and dips the popcorn into that.
Okay.
It was awful.
So, like, I had some, I finished a bottle of Wickles the other night.
Yes.
And there was about this much juice.
Ooh.
And I bet with a good thing of popcorn, if you poured it on top of the popcorn.
I think that would make it a little too soggy if you did that.
Well, she says people complain it's soggy, but if you do it right, it can still be crunchy.
Yeah, I would say this, that there is a market for people to put the flavoring of pickle juice into popcorn, sort of when you pop it, to have it crunchy, dry, but that pickle flavor like we do pickled potato chips now. I don't know if you've ever had that. I think Golden Flake has
dill
one.
pickle.
Yeah, the dill pickle flavor is delicious.
I think it's good. I mean, I love pickles. I love potato chips together.
Yeah.
I could take or leave.
Back in our AM days, they had just come out with a the dill pickle kind, and I suggested you get a big bowl on game day, and you pour a bag of the dill pickle Golden Flake and a bag of the barbecue, mix them together, and you're getting a little of both. It's delicious.
If you told me, though, that popcorn right there was popcorn or weed, some kind of bud, I would say bud.
That looks like the picture they would run on the news over the anchor's shoulder. Selena Gomez has opened a string of dispensaries in California. That's exactly.
Speaking of which, you went to the dispensary in Maryland.
Okay, we're going to say that live on the air.
No, but you picked me up some incredible sativa.
I did,
and
yes.
I just wish I would have gotten more. Like
it was really good, wasn't it?
So good. I don't know if you brought any of that back.
I did. I have a whole bag.
Like only one bag though. You were nervous about traveling with it. I was like, look, they don't care.
Well, I was, there are federal laws. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, technically.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's like
I don't know if
crossing the street without a crosswalk.
Listen, I will tell you.
A little different with drugs.
It's a misdemeanor. Both of them are.
I will tell you on a scale of who would do well in prison to who wouldn't do well in prison, starting with Rockstar good in prison to me, I'm near the bottom of this group who would not do well in prison.
I don't think any of us would do well in prison, but I don't think you're going to go to prison for an edible. I just wish we would have gotten more. But I appreciate what you got. I think I'm going to take a picture, send it to a buddy up there, get them to ship some down.
Yeah. We were 0.7 miles away from the dispensary when we were watching, and I asked anybody if anybody wanted to go with me.
I know. I should have gone.
And only Brown went with me. Just because I was going to get food afterwards.
Was that the upset of the day?
That was the upset.
Didn't y'all go with a bag straight to a pizza joint?
I did. The name of the place was called High Tide, H-I, Tide. And it's legal in Maryland. And so I made my purchase, and it's sealed up in a bag like this big, this tall. So right next to it was this pizza place. So we walked right in, and I set it down on the counter. And the girl, basically, she's about 23, comes out and says, all right, I see you got your appetizers. Can I get you guys anything to drink?
Yeah.
Again, does it affect you in the middle of the night? Do you get up and eat?
No.
So like last night, I didn't have an edible. I just went to our party, came home, went to sleep. I got up about 3 a.m, and I was craving hummus. And the factory pretzel chips, the really thin ones, I've got the everything, and I dip it in the hummus. And so me and Chili sat there for about 30 minutes, and I did my Wordle at 3 a.m, and her and I ate hummus.
What a great Friday. Good start.
Yeah. Hey.
I mean, how much time do you and Chili spend together? I mean, you're in the shower, now you're Wordling together?
Yeah. I mean, she's going to the lake. I can't decide if she's ready for the lake, because we were going to go with Jimmy Anthony, and he's got 2 of his dogs, Pittsburgh and Vegas. And, he lets them just roam. And so Lady Bird went to the lake with him, and she was able to roam. I just don't know if Chili's ready to roam.
So Jimmy just names his dogs after U.S. cities? Pittsburgh and Vegas?
Well, he likes to gamble, and then he's a big Steelers fan.
Oh, okay.
And Pirates fan.
All right. I didn't know that about
I'm
Jimmy.
not even halfway through the first story. What do we do here?
I don't know. That's fine. We're good.
I would say,
and I've got some good stuff.
I would say, why don't we break here and we'll finish off the rest of the trash in the next
Let me
segment.
finish this one story, and then we'll. Is that so? Gene Simmons. This is strangest food combinations of favorite celebs. I rarely eat cereal. I did have a bowl of Lucky Charms this morning, and Gene Simmons likes to put ice cubes in his cereal.
I can't believe your significant other let you eat the store-bought cereal.
Oh, she was in the rack.
She was
I
asleep.
mean, yesterday it was cottage cheese, sliced peaches, and blackberries.
Yeah, because
it was fantastic.
Cottage cheese sucks.
That is one of my favorite traits about her is that she has no problem busting your balls.
No, not at all.
I text her that all the time. I said, one thing I like about you is that you bust his balls.
She does do that.
Yep.
So anyway, he puts ice cubes in his cereal. He's been doing it for 30 years. His preferred cereals, Wheaties and Oreos. Oreo cereal. First of all, I don't like Oreo cookies. Can't imagine the cereal.
Whoa, how do you not like Oreo cookies?
I never have.
Whoa.
I don't love them either, Roxanne.
I mean, I could eat them.
Well, I said, if I want a cookie, I'll just give me an Oreo.
I was so pissed when Maddie and Jack went to pick up snacks 2 weeks ago. They brought back not only the regular Oreos, but those the vanilla Oreos.
The golden Oreos?
Yeah.
Those are good too.
Oh, hate those.
I mean, pick up some kitchen sink cookies.
Yeah.
Okay, Scott Foley, not a big celeb, but he likes peanut butter and scrambled eggs. This doesn't sound bad. He said he shared a video in 2017 of his odd breakfast on Instagram. Said it's a family thing. It's a protein thing. There's a lot of protein in that. I think it would probably be a pretty good mix.
I've got my bowl back here. I'm about to break out, but it has peanut butter on it with the yogurt and the fruit, but I don't think I can do it with eggs. Like, I like it on toast. I like it on burgers. I've had it. This place is out of business now. It was called Blackwell's, I think.
Yep.
Over in Cabo Heights. And they had a breakfast burger. I think it was called the Morning Wood.
Yeah.
And it was peanut butter and jelly, homemade jam, burger, and a fried egg and bacon on it. And it was delicious. I mean, so there was egg and peanut butter on it. So.
I love some peanut butter. Egg is one of those foods like sushi. I love it, but I can quickly get tired of it.
Not me, man. Like, that's my Waffle House order. I want the sweet and salty. So
cheese eggs. Oh my God.
Yeah.
All right, we go to the 4 Bama. I'm doing it again. I'm bringing back the hash browns with the pickled jalapenos, the mayonnaise, and the cheese.
The only thing I hate about this Floribama trip is that we're not taking the whole crew.
We've got limited accommodations.
I'll sleep on couches to get more of the people down there. I'll sleep on couches.
If you'll do that. And finally, Little E. Dale Earnhardt Jr. likes the banana and mayo sandwich. I think it's fantastic as well on white bread, but I don't think he created this.
No, he didn't. That's basically the Elvis Presley, right? If you add peanut butter.
Yeah,
to
and
it,
he
right?
fried his.
Yeah. Peanut butter, mayonnaise, and banana. I do it with peanut butter and banana, no mayonnaise. I can't do the mayonnaise peanut butter split yet.
I've noticed I've got 2 different things of mayonnaise in my fridge now. I eat mayonnaise all the time.
Good stuff.
It is.
That is part 1 of Trash. We'll do the rest of it, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right, coming up in the next segment. Tell us about Mortgage Right.
Mortgage Right, they've been with us since day one. Absolutely love these guys. Unfortunately, they're coaching Little League football right now, so we didn't get to see them last night. But if you're a veteran looking for a VA loan, Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-operated, owned company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every step of the process. Visit the locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
That guy, 7399, I know a guy that does PB&J with a slice of Kraft cheese on it. Stacy says, I had a mayo and pineapple sandwich the other day. My mom used to love that as a kid. Now, it wasn't freshly sliced. It was out of the can, the dole, but she'd take those rings, stack them up, mayonnaise and bread, boom, go to town.
Yeah.
On that. You had
Done
that
it.
too
I've
back
done
in the
it.
day?
Yeah.
See, you grew up in the Homewood Trailer Park like I did.
Oh, I did. Forest Brook.
We're back with part 2 of Trash. And please note, this is where I catch a lot of grief that, Jim's always wanted to do sports. We're about to do another segment of non-sports next, right here on TNR Rockstar.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
You could win a Chevy Trail Boss pickup or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Trail Boss and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings August 25th and 26th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on the next round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It was not. Back with you on the Next Round. More trash here, brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. LT will be enjoying a little Redmond. Saw people order by name last night, and one of the ladies from the Meadows and Harpersville, she's like, I've never had Charles Barkley's vodka before. I just had a drink over just ice, the Redmond vodka and ice. She's like, this stuff is so smooth and so good. I said, it should be. It's 8 times distilled.
Yeah. It's fantastic. Gluten-free, 8 times distilled, locally owned and operated, available in 22 states. Also available at local package stores like the Beverage Place Pink Package. Ask for it by name. Michael Bills, our man over there, I promised him I would get him a bottle. I meant to give him one last night, but I will definitely get that hooked up. It's fantastic. If you're at a restaurant or bar, they don't have it, tell them to get it. It's Redmont Vodka. So this has become my new favorite sandwich, and I've never tasted it. We all like Chick-fil-A, right? Chick-fil-A has announced its first ever seasonal twist on the original Chick-fil-A sandwich. It's going to debut the new honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich starting August 28th.
That's a week from Monday. That'll be the first day of Monday Morning Live.
Yep. I promise you I'll be there.
You're going to do this?
My gosh.
See, I'm against it. I think Chick-fil-A was so much better when it was simpler. It was just very simple.
You saying Chick-fil-A jumped the shark?
Just when we start doing this stuff, what are we doing?
What college football? You're all about USC coming to the Big Ten. That's weirder than Chick-fil-A putting pimento cheese on their sandwich.
Don't throw my own comments back in my face, LT. You're right.
Okay, so I'm so excited about this. So the honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich features the original Chick-fil-A filet, It's topped with a custom-made creamy pimento cheese, mild pickled jalapenos, and served on a warm toasted bun drizzled with sweet honey. This doesn't sound good to you?
Oh, it does. It does. Sweet honey or hot honey?
Sweet honey.
I guess you don't need it hot. It does sound good. It does sound good.
I mean, I cannot wait for this. If they would bring the coleslaw back, I would gain 25 pounds just eating that in the coleslaw.
True story. I have not been. I did have the chicken minis on our anniversary day up here, but I have not driven through a Chick-fil-A in a long, long time.
Yeah, it's been a while for me. Well, no, me and Chili went 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because in Rockstar, you're about to experience this when the kids are a certain age.
Oh,
that is
the
all.
wife has been taking him to Chick-fil-A. I know I get to miss that part.
Yeah, so
I don't get the lunches.
It's constant.
Yeah,
constant. So until both mine started driving, I mean, Chick-fil-A almost 6 times a week.
Well, see, what sucks is I'm at that point where she goes all the time with him. So when I want it for like dinner, like a quick dinner, she's like, "No, I've had it for like 3 days this week." So it's just like, so I don't get to
Woman,
get it
I
all.
said I want it.
Yeah, and I throw her out there. Take the kid with you. Little sick kid.
Hey, sweetie, can you get me a Chick-fil-A sandwich?
What is Gen Z again? Remind me the ages of Gen Z.
Tyler.
Yeah, Tyler. Say Tyler.
So is it 20?
21. 21 to 20, 18 to 25.
According to this, Gen Z women are embracing going braless, and the freeing move has taken the internet by storm. The hashtag #NoBra has over 600 million tags on the social media platform TikTok, and women are sharing their outfits and looks without any underwire in sight.
Yeah, no problem with this.
Being
really not wrong with
braless?
this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to affect them later in life, though. Depending on how big your rack is. If you got like a solid athletic A cup, it doesn't matter.
Right.
But if
Well, we've done this before. I mean, it circles back around, but in the 60s and into the early 70s, that was the style too. Because they literally burned their bras back in the day. And nobody
but
wore
that
bras.
was an
back
FU to the guys.
I know,
wasn't it?
but there was fashion at that point for about, 15 years was braless.
Well, they said it involves women sharing what they look like in fun outfits while not wearing a bra, and the trend seems to normalize different breast shapes.
Yeah, I mean, no problem at all. In fact, I think we make too big a deal about covering up the breast.
Yeah, expose them. You're not going to offend me.
I mean, most of the
bras are
world
expensive, aren't they?
They are, and most of the world swims topless anyway.
Yeah. I'm on board with you, Dunaway.
So I've told you guys, Google this real quick, Rocky, the salmon shark. You'll never see it, but if you ever saw one in the wild, it would freak you out because it is an ancestor of the great white shark.
Oh, wow.
And it looks much like the great white shark. These can get up to 10 to 12 feet, and they could do damage. Now, typically they're in cold regions. They're right outside of Alaska. That's their primary spot. But you see it right there. It's
Do
very
they eat
intimidating.
salmon? Is
they
that why
eat
they
salmon, yes.
That's why they got their name. Okay.
Yes. Anyway, strange sight has startled the residents of Riggins, Idaho, as an unfamiliar species washed up on the banks of the Salmon River.
What?
Leaving locals in shock and confused. Now, Rockstar, if you go back out, that first picture is the picture I've got here. That is the one they found in Idaho.
So what has happened here is this shark has, when the salmon are swimming upstream, it has followed it all the way to Idaho?
No, there is no connection there. They think somebody dropped it off as a joke, but I don't know how you would take a shark all the way from the ocean.
It looks like something you'd buy at Alvin's Island.
To a river in Idaho. But they said locals are kind of freaked out. Now, the northern Pacific Ocean is where the sharks usually come from. They go from the Sea of Japan all the way to the Gulf of Alaska. Most are in the Gulf of Alaska. So this is one of those you probably will never run across. There has never been a recorded fatality or an attack from a salmon shark. I'm going to assume if you were in the water, the frigid water with the salmon shark, it probably would attack you. I do find it weird that it was found, dead hit there, it was found in Idaho, because I don't know who would, hey,
yeah, it had to be dropped off.
What's
You're
the
right.
good joke, though?
Yeah, there's no joke.
There's no joke
There's
here.
no joke here. That is it. That is
Look at that damn thing.
2-part trash. Now, that would freak me out. It would freak me out.
It's got the eye of a devil.
Champy's Chicken brought you this hour of the show. They bring you the 11 o'clock hour, even on Monday. The 11 o'clock hour always brought to you by our friends at Champy's, Sterling and the crew. Open for lunch and for dinner and for your tailgates all football season coming up. If you're going to the stadium, take Champy's. If you're not going to the stadium, if you're sitting at home, get some Champy's. Highway 119 is the greatest location on the planet. That's Sterling's place for over a decade. Mississippi Delta recipe tamales and a lot more. Champy'sChicken.com. One more hour to go. Can we get Lunsford so drunk he sings in the lounge? Stay tuned.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
It's NBA time, Birmingham, as we hoop it up with the New Orleans Pelicans and Houston Rockets, October 12th at Legacy Arena. Single game tickets are now available. Visit birminghamsquadron.com or call 205-719-0850 for more information or to buy tickets. And the game is packed with former local players like Herb Jones and Kyra Lewis Jr. and Jabari Smith, and other superstars like Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson. You can also become a Squadron season ticket holder to get complimentary tickets to this huge event right here in the Magic City. The Pelicans preseason game in Birmingham sold out last year, so get your tickets as soon as possible. Do that online at birminghamsquadron.com or by calling 205-719-0850. October 12th, it's the Pelicans and Rockets at Legacy Arena right here in Birmingham. birminghamsquadron.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
We've partnered with Who Is Coffee to create the Next Round blend. Available in light, medium, and dark roast. 100% Arabica beans. Specialty coffee roasted on demand, available in whole bean or ground for drip pods. Espresso and coarse ground for French press. Go to nextround.store to get a link to pre-order today. Everyone that pre-orders will be entered to win a prize pack with coffees, shirts, hats, and tumblers. Nextround.store for the Next Round blend.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Can I get Lunsford's mic? I'd like to know if Lunsford knows who this is. Illinois passed a law.
I know who Illinois is.
God, one drink trying to get you to sing, and now you're joining the Smartass Club. Brown's not here today.
You think I'm a smartass now? Put some alcohol in me.
Yeah, I mean, we've been smartass free for 3 hours. Brown less today.
Okay, continue.
And now, Illinois just passed a law that if you're under the age of 13 and your parents made money off of you
using your images or you doing something silly on social media, you have to have been fairly compensated for that, even if you're under the age of 13.
I think that's bullshit.
Well, there's a craze going around on TikTok and others right now where they're cracking eggs on babies and toddlers' heads. Like, are you ready to bake the cookies? And the little babies or kids are like, yay! And okay, what do we do first? We put in the eggs, and the mom will crack the egg on the little baby's head. Some of them laugh, some cry because it's startling them. Some of them don't know what to do, and they crack the egg and then put the egg in there. And
the internet's a weird place.
Yeah, a lot of views. But I was going to ask you, do you know who 11-year-old Ryan, is it K?
Is that the kid that opens the toys?
Is that the YouTuber that's like super rich?
Made $25 million for his parents in 2020?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's the guy that opens
he's
the
like one of the
presents.
biggest YouTubers on the planet.
No, look, if you're a decent parent, what you do, look, you raise the kid, but you set them up a trust. And I would say if my kid is that kid, and what did he make, $25 million you said last year?
Yeah, $25 million in 2020.
Yeah, I would put $20 million towards him. I would keep $5 million because I was the guy that spawned him.
Yeah.
And I'm the guy that's raising him. I got a roof over his head. I would not be greedy. I would keep $5 million. I would put $20 million in a trust.
The twins, Tatum and Oakley Fisher, they make $10,000 to $20,000 a post on social media. $10,000 to $20,000 a post.
So I don't know if you saw Enmo yesterday. We did the Enmo show in here.
I did see that.
And it was like a nerdo kid. He looked just like Daniel Radcliffe.
Or as we like to call, just a creative, artistic
That's fine.
dancer.
But he danced. Did you see him dance?
Yes, I follow him on Enmo.
Okay. So the kid could dance. And sometimes I forgot what my point was. What were you saying before I said this? I had a really good point here.
I was talking about people who make money per
$25
post.
million.
Oh, no. So he told me yesterday that he's got like 900,000 followers right now. And so he gets paid per post.
Yeah. And
it's crazy.
Did y'all have any music playing in here?
No,
you got to just feel it. You got to just feel it.
He started thinking to himself he was doing this.
Yeah. He's really a good dancer. I follow him.
I mean, he won $1,000 yesterday.
But if I asked you what most In-N-Out Burger managers, this $25 million on YouTube in 2020 from that kid did not blow my mind. This blows my mind. In-N-Out Burger managers per store, what the average is they make per year annual salary.
$72,000.
I was going to say 110.
$180,000 In-N-Out Burger managers make per year.
Honestly, doesn't shock me.
Yeah. And that includes because they get a part of profits.
Right.
Yeah. Well, look, it's got to be the busiest fast food restaurant. I mean, look, Chick-fil-A kicks it out too, but I've never been to an In-N-Out where it's slow. I don't know about you guys.
I mean, no, but they're so good at, like Chick-fil-A at getting you in and
Very
out.
efficient, yeah.
Very efficient. And now I go back to when I was in, Arizona for the anniversary trip, and I went to the best In-N-Out burger ever. They ended up, I was like, this thing was so well run. And that one guy was walking around almost like a military sergeant, keeping everybody in line and keep turning it out. Now I realize he's making $180,000 a year and getting a cut of the profit.
It's very much a West Coast thing because there's more money paid out there. Also, it doesn't go as far out there.
That's right.
So it's a little deceiving, but still.
To your point, 180,000 there would be 110 if we had a burger, In-N-Out burger here.
That's still great money.
It is.
I mean, I don't know if it is in L.A.
Yeah. We'll get into some other stuff here brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's final hour of the 12 o'clock hours of the live next round version here. New shows coming already up. We have the Village Vice. We've got that already. That's running 4 times a week. 3 times a week you'll get McCready and Siskey and McCready, however you want to call it. The great show there on all of college football. They'll be live 3 days a week at 2 p.m. Central Time starting next week for McCready and Siskey. And then the other shows that have been announced and the new ones that will be announced as early as Monday will start the week of week 1, the Monday after week 0. That's when Tom Luganbill's Monday Morning Live with yours truly will start. It will be not Monday, but a week from Monday. That's when we'll start that show called Monday Morning Live, 7 a.m. Central. Some of you last night were really excited
about the opportunity to catch that hour of college football on Monday mornings. Big picture stuff from Luganville.
Yeah, and can I say this? I don't know how you feel about it. I know what you guys are going to be doing, you and Luganville on Mondays, is going to be a recap from the weekend. So that'll be more serious, hardcore sports.
Yeah.
But a lot of these other shows we're going to be doing, like me and Luganville, I plan on doing as much entertainment as we do football. So people that are saying this is sad, this is the last fourth hour, much of the stuff we're going to be doing outside of the show is going to be doing stuff like we do inside the show now, if that makes any sense, with better talent.
I don't want to speak for people or try to manage their emotions. I think they are just sad because they enjoy how we all interact with each other, right? Ryan, Lance, me, Rockstar, and the rest of the crew, and getting one less hour of that. Here's what I vow. This is a solemn swear, if you will, is that, and I'm going to hold these guys to it, that we are going to not take any segments off, that sometimes in the course of 4 hours, and very few people do 4-hour shows anymore. In the course of 4 hours, we may hit a lull here or there, but I vow that we will never take a segment off anymore. And if anyone is taking a segment off, I will kick them in the ass and say, look.
What are you talking about? I'm not paying attention.
Yeah, we're going to bring it every segment for 3 hours starting Monday.
I think you're the only person that's ever said this.
Well, I'm just making a vow. We will not take any segments off. No throwaway segments starting Monday.
Yes, Bama and Bourbon will be back Tuesday the 29th.
Yeah, so that Tuesday of that week 1 week, we'll get Bama and Bourbon back, and some other Bama podcasts coming soon as well. And then LT has a big one he's going to announce.
It's going to be so exciting.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be Tim Tebow on the vow. I'm taking this is not the Tim Tebow speech. We will never not let you down again or any of that. So, a couple of more sports things to get back into before we sort of start checking out for the weekend and get away from sports. But we got NFL tonight again. Last night in 18-18, pretty much a boring exhibition game. To me, it was everything, and I was in the middle of a party, our kickoff party, but as I tried to watch the game, it was everything that is bad about exhibition NFL football. It was a boring game, missed kicks, a lot of mistakes, some injuries that sort of put a damper on things. But the only shining part of the 18-18 tie between the Eagles and the Browns was DTR.
DTR was really good. I'll tell you who else was good was Austin Watkins. Does that name mean anything to you?
It does, yeah.
Yeah, former UAB wide receiver. I mean, he was really, really good last night. Again, not a lot of points scored, but he had 7 grabs, 139 yards, had a touchdown. Again, going back to your original point, DTR looks to be they've got 4 quarterbacks on the roster right now. You've got Deshaun Watson, who I don't know what your expectation for Watson is. You could see the rust when he came back last year. He's only 27 years old, though.
Yeah, but he better be better. He better be better this year than he was last year. He was really good at a point in Houston, awesome at Clemson. If he's not showing me he can get back to pre-season missed status, I start pouring my attention into DTR because I think he could be really good.
You know what's crazy, though? If he does get back to what he was able to do.
Could be the surprise team of the league this year.
Yeah, and look, and that division is loaded. But Deshaun Watson, again, is only 27 years old. So we'll see what this team's able to do. It always seems like the Browns, for whatever reason, can't catch a break. And they're paying him elite money right now. So you hope that he recaptures his elite form that he had in Houston. But if he does, I mean, you've got Amari Cooper there now. You got Elijah Moore. You've got Cedric Tillman, who you drafted out of Tennessee. Obviously, Nick Chubb is one of the best running backs. And Njoku is kind of a sleeper tight end. So you've got weapons with the Cleveland Browns. If Deshaun Watson can come back to form, watch out for that team.
That's why I question your Baltimore Ravens love, because we know what the Bengals are. Everyone is expecting the Steelers to tick back up this year. I don't. I think they'll be dead last in the division.
Because you don't like Pickett.
But you guys like Kenny Pickett, so y'all think it's going to be really good this year. I think the division is too tough for them to be good.
Best quarterback division in football.
But you've got Lamar back with the Ravens. You've got the Bengals, who aren't going anywhere, and the possibility of Cleveland being the surprise team in the NFL. So you tell me where the Steelers fit in with that group right there.
Well, the only thing I would say about the Steelers is Mike Tomlin's never had a losing season, ever. Yeah. So, but you could go 9-8 and still finish fourth in that division.
You could.
But I think, Deshaun is going to be better than he was last year. I don't have any doubt about that. I don't know if he's going to be elite again. But what's interesting is who that number 2 quarterback is going to be. They've got Joshua Dobbs as that guy right now. They've got Kellen Mond on the roster, and you've got Dorian Thompson-Robinson, a guy that most believed when camp started he wouldn't make this roster.
Yeah, Kellen Mond's a guy who will not make the roster now. He's out easy.
I would agree. You're going to keep 3 quarterbacks. I think Dobbs, just based on experience, probably is your number 2 to start. But I think by the end of this season, Dorian Thompson-Robinson will be your number 2 and eventually could be the successor.
Well, everyone do me a, and by the way, I see Wicked Roller over there. You have to see the field to be a fantasy sleeper. He isn't playing over Cooper, Moore, DPJ out there. I don't know
Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Yeah, talking about Austin
Michigan
Watkins
kid.
there. Thank you, Wicked Roller. I see Wicked over there. Wicked Weed is what we're enjoying today up here. He's got the Stella.
I got Stella. You got the Wicked Weed.
From our big kegger over behind us here. Thank you to our friends at Adams Beverage and our friends at Bud Light from last night. Getting to hang out with people from both the groups there. Appreciate your support over the last year. Looking forward to another great football season with our friends at Anheuser-Busch and at Adams Beverage here locally. A lot of great Bud Light enjoyed last night at Walk-Ons. So when you talk about things I want you to save on your computer, your bookmarks, if you will, please make lanceslock.com one of those saves for you, because he gives you a free play. And even if you don't gamble, right, I just like seeing his free play every day because it makes me enjoy a game a little bit more if I know Lance is going one way or not. So lanceslock.com, lanceslock.com. And as I bring Lance back into the conversation here, tonight we got a couple more NFL games. You'll have a play at lanceslock.com on one of these, or both of them.
I'm staying away from the Carolina-New York game.
Yeah, that's the one on the NFL Network at 6. You got Panthers and Giants tonight. And then there's Bengals and Falcons over in Atlanta at 6:30.
Yeah, so I've got side and total of that game. Let me go back first to the Panthers. Bryce Young did not look good. A lot of that was the fact that he didn't have any protection. I wonder tonight if he presses.
My question is, how much does he play? He took hit after hit after hit. If he's my starting quarterback, I know you want to get him some seat time.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is it's like it's a catch-22 because you're right. I mean, he got lit up on his 7 dropbacks. He got hit 3 times.
Yeah, and not just bumped into. He got laid out.
Yeah, and there are people that believe he's too small. He's not going to be durable. He's not going to be able to take these hits.
He got up every time.
He did get up every time. I will be interested to see, though, if he presses a little bit. So I'm staying away from that game totally. Again, I've got side and total of the Bengals and Falcons tonight. We got a free play on the Brewers. We're very transparent. Again, we're going into our 10th season. We've been doing this a long time. We've only had 1 losing season. So we've got ups, we've got downs.
You're the Mike Tomlin of bookmaking.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, of setting the odds.
Of handicapping.
Yeah.
Again, we had a streak last week where we won 3 consecutive days, 6 straight games, and now it's kind of tailed off a little bit, but we are going to bounce back. We're going to bounce back hard. Hopefully it begins tonight with a 3-0, but again, lanceslock.com. You can subscribe, $90 for everything. You get Major League Baseball, you get the NFL, you get college football. Basketball season will be here before you know it. Every now and then, boxing, MMA, we're all over the place. We don't shy away from certain things. But again, we're going to get this thing rolling, get on board for football season. We've been incredible in the preseason before. Last night we had the Eagles. We were on the wrong side of that. When's the last time you saw a tie in the preseason? They never tie in the preseason.
Yeah, missed kick late cost the Browns the win.
Yeah.
They had an easy chippy shot that they missed.
But I feel really good about side and total tonight of the Bengals-Falcons.
Bengals-Falcons game, lanceslock.com. Tomorrow a triple header NFL Network. Jacksonville and Detroit at noon, Miami and Houston in the afternoon game, and then Chicago and Indianapolis, and then games on the NFL Network Friday and Monday. Sunday and Monday, if you'd like to catch NFL exhibition action
happening this weekend. One more thing this segment off of an NFL fan called Chiefsaholic. Something happened to him yesterday that is pretty crazy after LT tells us about the great folks at Bromberg's.
Yeah, Bromberg's, they are your diamond specialists. If you're thinking about popping the question, make sure you reach out to our friends at Bromberg's. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also go online. You can shop right now at brombergs.com.
Chiefsaholic is one of the more well-known Kansas City Chiefs fan. All over social media and video when he goes to the games. I think it's a wolf he's dressed up as, but he's in full mascot costume.
Yeah, this is the criminal we talked about on Trash on the Table, right?
That's right. He got indicted yesterday. Chiefsaholic indicted by a federal grand jury for allegedly robbing a string of banks in the Midwest and allegedly laundering the stolen cash through casinos, all that from the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Western District of Missouri. When he got arrested, we had the story, and now they have come back with a grand jury saying we have enough evidence to proceed to trial with Chiefsaholic there. That's what he looks like on game day.
Yeah, I'm going to say probably not going to be at game day this year. I'll give him credit, though. I mean, he did he laundered the money the right way.
11 counts of money laundering, 4 counts of transporting stolen property across state lines, 3 counts of armed bank robbery, and 1 count of bank theft.
What got him, though? Did they eventually just identify him through one of these? I forgot how the story went.
Casinos in Missouri, Kansas, and Illinois between April and December. So he would launder the money through the casinos. He would buy the chips because you have to have cash. You can't use your credit card or your debit card at the casino. So you get the chips with cash.
Yeah, again, I think he laundered the money the right way. This is the way, if I was ever a criminal, this is the way I would launder my money.
Yep.
I would go to a variety of casinos. As you said, you go to the window, you give them cash, you get the chips. I would play all day, not to raise any red flags, just try to break even, cash my chips back in, walk out.
That's right, and that's what you do. Then you, before you leave, you turn your chips back in and they give you cash out, and now you've laundered the money. That's how it works. You know, I've heard stories in places that were near riverboat casinos back in the day. That was the way some college football prospects got paid. Is that
I can see that.
You take $100 to a casino and you cash those chips out, and you end up with, $3,000.
Yeah, but I know a bookmaker that laundered all his money through a laundromat.
A lot of quarters there.
It worked for years.
Back in the day. A lot of quarters there. Chiefsaholic, though, facing some serious charges. Big KC fan. 3 more segments to go before we get to the weekend. Geoff Collins earlier, that is podcasted for you wherever you get our podcast. And again, a big lineup, a change, an announcement happened earlier this week. All those will be full slate by the time we get to week 1 coming up on August the 28th. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Legacy today. UAB getting ready for their Thursday night opener in a couple of weeks. Legacy is a proud sponsor of UAB athletics. In fact, they've been dedicated to the healthcare and the education industries in the Birmingham, Alabama area for over 60 years. You can find out what Legacy can do for you today with your finances. Great car and truck loans. Unbelievable value there. But also when it comes to everyday checking, they've got no minimum balance. They'll take care of you with no monthly fees, and you actually get paid 2 days early before your direct deposit. Also, the lifestyle loans where you have no collateral required, affordable low rates, and a lot more. Just go to the website, legacycreditunion.com, legacycreditunion.com, and check it out. Federally insured by the NCUA. It's Legacy. Back in a moment on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
NH345 is saying Ian Rappaport just broke that Jadeveon Clowney has signed with the Ravens. Big sign for Baltimore. Can you check that?
Yep, I am checking right now.
Check that while Rockstar and I tell you about our friends at Shannara Flooring. ShannaraFlooring.com, 205-518-6423, 515-6423. Carpet, vinyl, hardwood, tile, and stone. All the flooring right there with Shannara Flooring. Foo and you, Rockstar. You were no fool. You went with Foo and you.
I did. I came home one day and we had a carport that was adjusted into a spare den. And my wife said, by the way, we're not letting our son go in this concrete slab, so we're going to get some carpet. And I was like, let's do it. Let's spend some money. And we went to Shannara Flooring, and they get just a pad on there and some nice carpeting on there for our son to be able to walk around and not fall and bust his head.
Yeah.
So it's been a fantastic. We actually use the room now. Not for storage anymore. Not just put it in the spare den. We'll deal with it later.
ShannaraFlooring.com. You see the information on there. Foo and you, Shannara Flooring. Financing available. 205-518-6423. You can visit if you're in the area. Homewood, you can visit their showrooms even on Saturdays. You can go by there 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, Monday through Friday, normal business hours as well. Financing available, 100% satisfaction guaranteed, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned and operated by Foo and you. It is Shannara Flooring, the great folks there, 205-518-6423. Do what Rockstar did. Don't be a fool. Go with Foo and you.
Keep trying, man.
Yeah.
Keep trying. Don't be a fool.
That was me without copy. I thought I did okay.
It is confirmed the former South Carolina standout, who was the #1 overall pick back in 2014 with the Houston Texans, has signed a 1-year deal with the Baltimore Ravens. You know, he's coming off a subpar season. He had 28 tackles, a couple of sacks. But you go back to 2021, if you can recapture that, he had 9 sacks.
Yeah, if you're 2 or more seasons removed from greatness or really goodness, then I have concerns. But everyone can have a bad year, and I think you can go back to what you were a year before last because you don't know what's going on in somebody's head or physically what they were dealing with. There's still a chance that Clowney could be productive on a team that's usually pretty good defensively.
Yeah, I would say productive. He's never been dominant. And realistically, he's been a bust.
Yeah, compared to what he was supposed to be, yeah.
Well, he has never, in his now 10 years, he has never had double-digit sacks.
He was the guy that was picked ahead of Johnny Manziel, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he was in that same draft.
Yeah, like when who had the pick? Was it Cleveland that drafted him? Clowney?
No, it was Houston.
Houston had the pick, and if you watch the Manziel documentary, there were even billboards outside of Houston saying "Pick Johnny Football," trying to get the Texans to pick Johnny Football because Texas A&M is so close to that market in College Station, and they were hoping to keep him home. And it was the first overall pick, and they went with Jadeveon Clowney instead of Johnny Football, Johnny Manziel. Both of them ended up being
maybe that wasn't the same draft. This was 2014 when he came out.
That's when the 2014 draft's Johnny Manziel's draft.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 2013 was his last year when Mike Evans and Johnny Manziel took Alabama on a hot day at Kyle Field to the wall, but Bama came back and won it.
But Manziel went in the first round, right?
Yeah, 22nd.
You're right.
22nd to Cleveland.
You're right. I mean, boy, there were some good players drafted in that draft, though. There were some bad ones, too.
Yeah, it was some bust. I mean, Clowney was supposed to be a really good pick.
Yeah, I mean, your Bucs took Mike Evans at number 7.
Unbelievable. One of my favorite, if not my favorite, Buccaneer of all time. He and Derrick Brooks. He'd probably be my favorite offensive Buck of all time.
Guess who went 13th overall that year?
Oh, that's a shot.
To the St. Louis Rams.
Barrett Jones.
Defensive tackle Aaron Donald.
That's
you think people would have drafted him number 1? Would you rather have Jadeveon Clowney or Aaron Donald?
Right. Absolutely. If you can look back, some picks look stupid, right? Jadeveon Clowney or Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy. NFL football continues tonight with the Panthers and Giants, 6 o'clock NFL Network. See if Bryce plays in that one and see if the Giants can put as much pressure on Bryce, if he does, through that Carolina Panther offense. All right, so that news is out there. A couple of college football things for you. But first, Rockstar, if you will give me cut number 5, Lincoln Riley. Here's the problem a lot of people have with preseason rankings. With an AP poll or a coach's poll that comes out before any games are played, is that you're doing all off of assumptions on what you saw last year, who's returning, and who's moved in the portal. Lincoln Riley says doesn't really have a problem with preseason rankings, but really even the coaches don't really know what they have from one year to the next. Here's the head coach of the USC Trojans.
All of this is not like, oh, you return these couple players, so it should be this, right? Like, this is a whole different mix of players, right? And you know, individual guys here and there, that's great, but, like, you got to get them to coexist and to work together and act as one. And on all three sides of the ball, that's the fight right now. Like, the narrative is all these things return, everybody thinks you just pick up where you left off, and that's could not be further from the truth. Like, it's everything's different. We got so many different faces, and so I think just the group coming together and learning to not just be a group of some talented guys, but be a group that plays very well together, and we got to close that gap there and really all three sides of the ball right now.
You agree with that? It's hard to take what happened last year and move it forward?
Yeah, I would agree. They have so many moving parts when it comes to the portal, especially on the defensive side, and that's led by Barry Alexander up front. You know, that defense was terrible last year. And if that defense can be middle of the road with what they've got offensively, they're going to be a really difficult out.
Couple of SEC notes here. One from Ole Miss camp. Lane Kiffin saying yesterday that right now too close to call Jackson Dart and Spencer Sanders. Heated competition. One day it looks like it's going to be Sanders. One day it looks like it's going to be Dart. Are you surprised that at this point it is still up in the air on who the Ole Miss quarterback's going to be?
I'm not. I think we've seen the ceiling for Spencer Sanders. He's a good quarterback. I mean, it would be a better option for Auburn if they had Spencer Sanders over. And Spencer Sanders would fit what Hugh Freeze wants to do a lot better than Peyton Thorne. But with all that said, I like Jackson Dart a little bit better. But Lane Kiffin, if he can keep both of those guys on the roster, he's got a good situation because you've got two guys that can win games.
Lane Kiffin, very honest this week in an interview that aired on the SEC network about that there is not as much joy in coaching right now because of the transfer portal and the NIL, that a little bit of the joy is not the same as it was for him in coaching. And he says he's come to terms with the way he does things, that you're never going to have the culture anymore inside your program that you used to have inside programs because of the portal guys, that you have a bunch of guys who have taken the best situation for themselves, and that's why they're at your school. That most of the kids no longer grew up that are in Oxford who wanted to play for Ole Miss, that now they're there because of the portal or NIL, and the culture just will never, ever be the same, and he's trying to come to terms with that.
Yeah, again, I don't have a problem with players being paid, but there was something so unique. I'll never forget. So 2009, we're at the Rose Bowl for Alabama and Texas, and our buddy Roman Harper was sitting in front of me, and him and I are having a conversation. He's got his Letterman's jacket on.
Right, means a lot to him.
Yeah, so, he's about to win a Super Bowl with the Saints, and this guy has flown out there, and he is cheering his ass off for his alma mater. And you look at these guys in the NFL, it's a business to them. And a guy like Joe Thomas, one of the best tackles of all time, I doubt he sits back and watches a lot of Browns games. I think he's out fishing. And it's sad that you're not going to have people that have bought into a program for 4 or 5 years. You've got guys where it's more about themselves. Hey, look, once they're there, yeah, they want to win a championship. They're going to do everything they can to perform on the field and ultimately win games. But it's more about NIL. What can I make? Where can I go where I can actually get the best spotlight and the ability to play and ultimately get drafted? So the college football landscape has really changed when it comes to that, and that is sad.
It is, and I think it's been different with the national recruiting already. Maybe I'm wrong, but when you recruit, Bryce Young from California, Bryce Young didn't grow up thinking I'm going to play in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, or Tua Tagovailoa from Hawaii. It's not like in the old days where most of the people were within 150 miles of the campuses where they played. So a little bit of that changed anyway. But the portal and the NIL has even changed it more. Great point from Lane Kiffin. A couple of more things before we hit this commercial break here with our great sponsors. Vandy and Hawaii play week 0 in 8 days. Because of the fires in Hawaii, Vandy has announced that they are going to give a portion of the ticket sales for Hawaii and Vanderbilt, August 26, 6:30 SEC Network. They will give a portion of the ticket sales to benefit the community of Maui through the Hawaii Community Foundation and the Maui Strong Fund. So good move here by Vandy.
Yeah, and I don't want to make light of the situation, but based on ticket sales, I would think they can't even rebuild a house.
28,000 is the capacity this year, a little over 28,000, as Vandy is finally remodeling their stadium a little bit and putting some end zone seats in. LT taking a really good moment from Vandy, pointing out that they cannot replace one house.
Again, I think it's a great I'm just saying.
I didn't think of it that way, but now that you say it, it's 28,000 seats, and if you're only giving a portion of the ticket sales.
It's just, there's so much destruction. It is awful what is going on the islands over there. I've never been to Hawaii. I've always wanted to go. It's supposed to be one of the most beautiful places on earth, and it's unfortunate what's going on, but people say every dollar counts or helps, and
maybe this does.
Yeah.
Maybe it helps. Vandy with a nice gesture there. We just wish their stadium was bigger, says Lance. Vestavia Hills, Jordan Ross, number 4 edge rusher in college football in this recruiting cycle, is going to announce where he's going to play Monday. Alabama's in the mix. Texas is in the mix. Florida's in the mix. The favorite, Tennessee, to get the edge rusher from Vestavia Hills High School in Birmingham. We'll find out Monday where he picks.
All those NILs are really good NILs.
They really are.
And that's what it comes down to.
It's a great point.
Of course, Florida has reneged on one of their NIL deals, so I don't know where they exactly stand. And that's, it's crazy.
Where their reputation is with other players, seeing Jaden Rashada out at Arizona State.
Florida, though, was for so long, we remember they were one of the top recruiting schools, and it seemed like a no-brainer to go to Florida. but now they're kind of the outlier when you talk about Alabama, Texas, and Tennessee.
And one more thing, halftime of the Big 12 championship this year is going to be Super Bowl-esque. They've got a headliner already. We don't know who's going to do the Super Bowl. Taylor Swift turned it down yesterday. Nelly did not say no, though. He says, yes, I will do halftime of the Big 12 championship game in Arlington coming up Championship Saturday, presented by Dr. Pepper.
I debate my my boy Drew all the time, Chop. He's not a Nelly guy. I loved Nelly back in the day. But Nelly was doing small festivals. How you go from asking Taylor Swift and then dropping all the way to Nelly? That's like...
No. Nelly is doing Big 12 championship game. You missed that.
I was about to say, okay.
You thought they announced Nelly for the Super Bowl?
I was like, holy hell, yeah.
Yes, no.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's hot in here, but it ain't that hot.
Okay.
Is that one of his songs? Did I get that right?
It is. It's hot in her.
Hot in her.
Yeah.
The Killers are supposed to be the betting favorite for the Super Bowl performance now. I would love that. It is in Las Vegas. You could just do a whole Vegas show.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Imagine Dragons are from Vegas.
Right.
Wayne
Newton, of course.
But why? I mean, you're in Vegas. Why would you not make the halftime show a little Vegas-esque? Taylor Swift anytime. But after that, why would you not have the dancing girls and a little Wayne Newton?
Jay-Z, isn't he in charge of the talent? Like he's picking who the artists are? Like, isn't he in charge of something with
Is he?
I thought I heard something like Jay-Z's corporation or something like that is responsible for picking the halftime shows.
I mean, why don't you have one of those magician guys out there
David
making somebody
Copperfield?
Disappear? You know?
That's hard to believe. Mr. Brightside is 20 years old this year.
Is it really? Wow. Can't believe it's played at weddings. It's basically you watching your girlfriend and or wife make out with another guy.
It
was only a kiss.
It does play a lot. I turned on Pandora. Am I the only person that uses Pandora?
You're the only one I know that uses it.
Yeah, it's just easy by the pool, but I put it on right when I turned it on Sunday. The first song that came on was Mr. Brightside.
Do you have Spotify for your music?
I don't. I've got Apple Music, and then I've got Pandora.
Yeah. Spotify, I can't speak to Apple, but like I could take an artist, we'll use the Killers, and I can just hit Killers Radio, boom.
Well, it's the same with Pandora.
Exactly. Yeah. Except it's Spotify.
Yeah, but Pandora's already hooked up on my TV outside.
Yeah, commercial free over here.
So is Pandora.
Oh, okay. So it's probably the same thing.
It really is.
Argument's moot.
When we come back, we have 4 downs today. LT has that ready to go. We haven't done that yet, have we?
We have not.
Yeah, 4 downs. I'm just making sure, Rockstar. Get off my back. Our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. JohnsonRVCenter.com. Great seeing Nick Johnston from the family up there. 2 great locations.
What a guy.
Right off of I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. Forrester, can we get that picture again from Nick last night, Nick Johnston and the fine folks who were down for our celebration? If you're looking for a great way with competitive pricing and a lot more to go see America, no hidden fees, and service available after sale, you get it with our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. JohnsonRVCenter.com. Top-selling travel trailers and a lot more. Father and son, Rodney and Nick Johnston right there. That's Nick. He gave us all a gift, and he wanted to see that tattoo of mine too, so I pulled up the sleeve and showed that to him, trying to flex a little bit there at our kickoff party last night. Great guy right there, great family business, financing available, home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. That's our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. New discounts right now. See it all online at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com, timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle Loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
It's time for the Ultimate Football Season Kickoff Party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
So, final segment of the 12 o'clock hour. Oh, we got 2 more. I thought you told me final segment.
I said we had 4 downs here and then a final segment to say goodbye.
Okay.
Brought to you by our friends at Slice today.
4 great locations. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, one in Crestline Park. Get in this weekend. Local pizza, local ingredients. Tell the Bajalia Brothers The Next Round sent you.
I apologize for being late back to the studio. I know that gets on my nerves when I'm late back here, but the Hydrolife people are just now leaving.
Yeah.
You know, they've been here for a while, so.
Well, I mean, Lacey is her day off, and she's drinking some wicked
She was
weed.
up here on her day off from Hydrolife?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was talking to her before she left.
Was that kind of a passive-aggressive shout when I'm late?
No. I just always make a big deal that we all try to be back in studio, and I was late.
I really don't care if I'm a couple of minutes late.
I was just explaining it, not passive-aggressive. Let's do first down.
Okay, this is all celebrity birthday. So Roberto Clemente would have been 89 years old today. Who had the better abbreviated career, Clemente or Jim Brown?
Oh, Jim Brown. Jim Brown, for you younger folks, I never saw him play, but my dad would say he was the you couldn't tackle him. Like there'd be like 3 guys trying to tackle him, running back for the Browns. 9 years, won championships because this was pre-Super Bowl. There weren't Super Bowls, and Cleveland was actually a championship team in the NFL. So Clemente was good, great even.
I mean, he was an MVP. He was a World Series MVP.
Yeah. But he wasn't Jim Brown.
He was a 15-time All-Star back when the All-Star meant something, a 12-time Gold Glove Award winner,
I wonder
4-time batting champion.
Why are you calling him abbreviated if he was a 15-time All-Star?
It was still abbreviated. He still had a little time left.
Because he died
a little meat on the bone
in a rescue mission for his home country.
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't retired.
I think Jim Brown just did 9 seasons and then retired. Jim Brown for me, though.
Second down.
Christian Slater, 54 years old today. Ultimately, better Christian career, Slater or McCaffrey?
I'm glad you didn't go Jesus.
Slater.
Slater or who?
Christian McCaffrey.
What is Christian Slater in, Rockstar?
Oh, you got Young Guns, Mr. Robot, Gleaming the Cube. You got Interview with a Vampire. You got Cuffs.
Heathers. True Romance to me, best probably role.
Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
True Romance is like the detective movie in L.A.?
Yeah.
No, True Romance or True Detective? True Detectives.
Yeah.
True Detectives, Louisiana. True Romance. Road trip from Detroit to L.A. to sell cocaine. Quentin Tarantino wrote, Tony Scott directed, ensemble cast.
All that said, Christian McCaffrey for me. Then.
I think I'm going to take Christian Slater.
Yeah, definitely.
Just the longevity, and I love Christian McCaffrey, and I think he's a sneaky dark horse contender for MVP this year. You can't trust his health, though.
One of the best episodes, I can't remember when Kathy Bates comes on The Office and she says, like, her new paper company, she says, we got a new commercial, and guess who's doing the commercial spots? Celebrity Christian Slater. And everyone's like, oh, whoa. So that's, I don't see Christian McCaffrey doing that.
You know, and I don't know if it's urban legend or not, but like a lot of people early on in Christian Slater's career, it was really coming out of Heathers. They were like, he's going to be the next Jack Nicholson. Mannerisms were the same. And there was a rumor that he called Jack drunk one night, and Jack told him to go F himself. I don't know if it's true or not.
So he didn't become the next Jack Nicholson.
He did not become the next Jack Nicholson.
Third down.
Edward Norton is 54 today also. If I asked you the better Edward Norton film, we probably have to bring Lunsford and Rocky into this, maybe Tyler, because you probably have not seen either one of these classics. Rounders or American History X?
American History X. And I know people don't like it, but the score, the way his portrayal of Danny is incredible. Ed Norton is a fantastic actor.
He
Big
really
Pearl Jam
is.
fan, too.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people don't like Edward Norton because of his political beliefs. He's very outspoken now. The dude can act, and the way he transformed his body to play the skinhead in American History X. Have you seen that?
American History X?
Yeah.
No.
So
Primal Fear?
Primal Fear, yes. He was the guy, the guy that was on trial, right?
Yeah. Schizophrenic.
That fooled everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And dude, the scene between him and Richard Gere at the end of that movie,
it's all uncomfortable.
It's incredible though. So I would recommend, if you haven't seen American History X or Rounders, you like to play cards. Have you seen Rounders?
Is that where
Matt Damon?
That lady?
Yeah, Matt Damon's the main guy in it, but Ed Norton's pretty good in it too.
The lady starts the poker club in New York.
No, that's Molly's Game.
Close. So
Rounders is a
doubleheader
classic,
tonight.
though.
American History X is very dark. It's a great movie.
I'm not doing that one. So I can do Rounders and
Heat.
Oh,
dude, you got a big night, man. I would be like,
And
if
a
I hadn't
bottle of
seen either
Canvas.
one of those movies.
Also, have you ever seen Birdman?
I have not seen Birdman.
Another good Ed Norton, and It's All About You. So.
And you're in it, too.
No,
So
Birdman is fantastic. Dunaway would hate Birdman.
It's all about him, though.
Now, Birdman.
I mean, it's literally like
Birdman's
Jim.
where he's like he sits around in his underwear and then he becomes a superhero.
Well, it's a theater thing. He's doing a play on Broadway, but he used to be. It's kind of a fake version of him, Michael Keaton being Batman, but he was a guy named Birdman, and he's trying to make a go of it, trying to kind of get back into things. But Ed Norton's in it, Emma Stone's in it, Zach Galifianakis in a serious role is in it. It's a really, really solid movie.
It's very good.
Birdman, you like Birdman too?
Oh, it was great.
Okay.
It was the best film of that year when it won Best Picture.
3 movies. Okay.
Fourth down.
Patrick Swayze would have been 71 years old.
71. My God.
Isn't that crazy? He always looked good, though,
Yeah,
for
he
his
did.
age. So if I asked you guys, better Patrick career, Patrick Swayze or Patrick Ewing? See, to me, Ewing was great in college, and he was really good in the NBA. Never won a championship. To me, Patrick Swayze was underrated as an actor. Everybody knew him as an action star.
But how do you judge here? Underrated as an actor or somebody who was really good in college and in the NBA?
Well, I think for the masses, people think of Patrick Swayze, Roadhouse, they think Red Dawn, they think The Outsiders.
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty Dancing. But this is a guy that was nominated not for 1, not 2, but 3 Golden Globes for Best Actor.
Did the thing with Demi Moore, Ghost? Yeah.
I mean, he was a
Whoopi
versatile
Goldberg won for
guy.
that.
And I heard he was one of the nicest guys in the world. People said if he wanted to be pound for pound, could have been an unbelievable kickboxer. So in today's MMA, he probably would have been a pretty tough out.
Patrick Ewing came at a time that I cheered against big men because I thought it was unfair. So I'll go Patrick Swayze.
Why did you think it was unfair?
I don't know. I just never liked
Muggsy
to
Bogues
cheer
guy.
for. I didn't like Kareem because it felt like it was cheating. I didn't like Didn't like Patrick Ewing. I thought it was cheating.
Because they were tall.
Didn't like Ralph Sampson. Thought it was cheating.
Because Manute Bol changed the game.
Yeah,
Dude, it is a landslide over there. I agree. I think it is Swayze. I hate that he left us so long ago and at such a young age. Because he's got so many classics.
That is 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice. One more segment to go. Tell us about Slice, how you can get in there today.
Hey, how about this? If you can't get in, take the family in. It's great. 4 locations, sit down and dine. I did it last Sunday. But if you can't do that, you can get that carry-out special, 12 of the fire-baked wings. You get 2 of the specialty pizzas, half pan of the salads, only $75. All 4 locations, Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, Crestline Park. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Okay, one of my news emails today says if you're bored until football season starts, randomtriviagenerator.com. It's an easy-to-use thing here. It's a panel. It gives you a question, and then you guess your answer. You hit it, and it flips it around. So I haven't seen the answers either. We're going to answer a few questions brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Tell us about them, and we'll see how many questions we can get in the final 3 minutes of the show. Lunsford is in here. So is Rockstar.
Hey, Hemp Hill offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention The Next Round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. Can you explain that one more time?
It's randomtriviagenerator.com.
Okay.
It's a panel here. For instance, in what country was actor Rick Fox born?
That would be the Bahamas. Final answer.
I know somewhere down.
Nassau, Bahamas.
He
Final
was
answer.
He was a Laker. Lance knows. I'll take it.
It is Canada. Canada is the answer.
I like
there.
the final-
It's
I
I
Canada.
actually thought it was Caribbean.
Final
some
answer.
way, yeah.
Canada.
He's so cocky.
Who is the fastest flying? What is the fastest flying butterfly?
The only one I know of, the Monarch.
The yellow one.
The Effect.
Skipper. Skipper is the name. Who was Rudolph's father?
Santa Claus.
Yeah.
It's Rudolph's father.
Parker.
I don't know.
It's one of the famous ones.
Prancer.
It's actually Donner, but yes. What Italian city was Michelangelo raised in?
Naples.
I'll go
Venice.
Sicily.
Venice for you. What was you?
Venice.
Venice. Florence is the answer there. The first time Ronald Reagan voted for U.S. president, who did he cast his ballot for?
Oh, my God. Thomas Jefferson.
Nixon.
No, it was before
Just
that.
naming somebody.
Hoover.
Who was the guy from Minnesota?
Jesse Ventura.
Humphrey, Hubert H.
Yeah,
Humphrey.
yeah.
I'm going to guess Ronald Reagan. I'm going to say he's one of those guys that didn't vote until he was running himself. The answer is FDR. We were all wrong there. Chili crab is a dish from which country?
Jamaica.
Chile.
Cameroon.
Singapore.
So far, we have not got one right.
I felt really good about the Rick Fox.
What is the name of the album for which Kendrick Lamar won the 2018 Pulitzer Prize for music?
I know what it is, damn. Something like that.
It is Damn.
Yes, we got it.
Correct answer.
Hey, by the way, I
got a
just got to
rap
say
question,
this. Rick Fox, born in Canada, moved at a very early age to the Bahamas in Nassau.
The
born in
question
Canada.
was
Still born in Canada.
What line divided
Bullshit.
the North and the South in the
Mason
U.S.?
Dixon.
That is correct. Yes, yes. Who is Yogi Bear's sidekick?
Boo Boo.
Yeah, Boo Boo.
Boo Boo is the correct answer. Harrisburg is the capital of which U.S.
Pennsylvania.
state?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania is the correct answer. What constellation is the North Star located in?
Big Dipper.
That is incorrect.
Little Dipper.
Orion's Belt.
Nope.
Space. The sky.
Ursa Minor.
Ursa Minor.
What is the name of the lively Spanish dance in triple time typically performed with castanets or tambourines?
That's salsa.
It is the
Flamenco.
It's the fandango.
Fandango. The
Which
Jordan
chemical
Rhapsody.
element did the ancients call brimstone?
Gold.
No.
Iron.
Carbon.
Stinks. It stinks.
Oh, sulfur.
Sulfur is correct. What name was given to the west wind by the Greeks?
The West Wind?
The west wind. Zephyrus. One more. What year was the first modern set of headphones developed?
1982.
I would go 75.
1910.
They're good headphones, too.
RandomTriviaGenerator.com. Fun when you
Not
don't
very
have any
good.
friends.
No, we were, probably 5 out of 16.
got hot
I got the
there
first
for a
one right.
second.
Thank you very much.
Who recorded the song "Girls Just Want to Have Fun"?
Cyndi Lauper.
Cyndi Lauper. Yeah. Brown University is located in which U.S. state?
Delaware.
Nope. That would be New
Pennsylvania.
York. New Jersey. It's New Jersey.
I always thought it was New York too. It's
New
Rhode
Jersey.
Island.
Rhode Island. Rhode Island it is.
We're back Monday at 9
Like
a.m.
his Family Guy.
Central. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.